Hello everyone, this is Fallen Dice, and welcome back to some more Star Rupture. Let me know on the YouTube how this is working, because it's giving me all kinds of things bugging, because I'm capturing and doing it higher than they say they can do. Because yes, I am on my old computer again, or my old new... Man, look how buttery smooth everything is. Oh, this is awesome. Okay. Enough about that. We got some work to do here on the Gothite, which is our very last bit of ore we need. And then we get to go get started on our smeltery. And the question is, do I? I do. Okay. So I need to make sure that everything here... Oh, I need a couple. Okay, I can actually move high again. Okay, I'm thinking that far is about the most this way I can get with capturing all of these. And then I just need not enough resources. Okay, do we have a meteor nearby? Yes. I get that out of my way. All right. So hopefully all the things are tweaked and working. Like I said, if not, please let me know if anything is having issues. I think the only way I can change from the 25 for the basically HD down to 1080p for YouTube is, I think, would be to restart the whole thing. I don't know of a way to separate the quality that I'm sending to Twitch from the quality I'm sending to YouTube. I think it's just in general the same. Could be wrong. Just happy to have this thing back again. Oop. And I realized my speaker went off again. Now the only thing I'm not happy about right now is apparently all my Bluetooth devices were synced to the old motherboard. And so now I can't use them. I can't remove them. I can't reattach them. Like, there's really, they're just, they know no work no more. And I spent probably about an hour, hour and a half before the stream working through all the different things into the registry, everything, to see if I could figure out how. And she is just not working. Just seems kind of stuck that way. But we will continue and we will move forward. Another heart. Said I might as well grab them. It's just always good to, and where we're going, I'm going to need a bunch anyway, because we got to lay down kind of an overlap for the smelter array, which should actually work not bad, because there's a section where we're going to have to change elevation or orientate, something along those lines. So having that area where kind of cross over on it should be good. Okay, and this is the other one I need. There's a lot here. Okay, and there we go. Oh, we got a fight going on. We activated the
changing back.
back into fighting again. Last night was a ton of fighting.
I can relax now.
Did like 3 of the ruins, including the new keycard one. I think we have all the blueprints. As far as I know, we have all the blueprints. Okay. Yeah, I gotta stay steady to have decent aim on these guys. There we go. Evening. Not going to type much. One of my cats decided to take a nap on me and I'm afraid to move. No worries. I was just making sure everything's working good on the streaming end. On the old computer, running so good. I jacked up the output quality of the video, and I got a YouTube whining at me, telling me it's too much for them to handle. Just hilarious. Oh, that's right. I need these guys. Got all the mods updated today. Also good. And it was interesting, like the guys over at the Geek Squad, when I got the computer back. Wait, warning. When I got the computer back, like everything was like on this new drive. Like the my old drive completely empty, wiped, but everything got moved from there over to the new one. All the things were still connected. Like I didn't have to do nearly as much work as I thought I was going to have to. So that was a pleasant surprise. Alright, let's hop off here. It's gonna annoy me because I got this yellow error on my YouTube. Oh, there it just went up. Uh-oh, now it says no data. Uh-oh. If that keeps going, I might have to stop the stream, lower the settings, and then come back on if it keeps doing that with YouTube. That's so weird that it would do that. I'd think it would be... I'll keep an eye on it. Like I said, if we end up having some issues here, or continuing issues, I will do a restart on the stream. Let me bring up my stats, make sure I've got that available to look. No drop frames. Maybe a small, tiny, like 4 out of 100,000. 0.0% for the encoding. Find a spot to stick this. Oh, there we go. That works. Nice. Good place for it. No, well, the smelters, yeah. I'm going to make a big smelter base. But then they're going to be on dispatchers, so all the other bases I plan on building at, I just have to connect to a dispatcher to make what I need to make. No, every single item, hell no. It's going to be all over the map. I've got plans for all kinds of things. Fabricators are going to be their own base. The version 1s, the V2s will be their own base. Same with like the V1 furnaces and V2. And then once I get up to mega presses, they'll probably be in a single base. We'll see. Depends how big it gets and stuff. But again, I feel like just because I'm taking it step by step from the beginning, and I just got to follow the plan, it should be good. Should work out. And I am definitely not getting my notifications. So I have Chrome on there. It's going to be a rough night if I'm not getting my notifications. Try something real fast. I just need to hear if I go to a YouTube. Is it the notifications or something else? No, I can hear that. Decided to jump on Twitch now since I can type from my phone. Nice. Awesome. I definitely am not getting my notification. Oh, there we go. I got that one. They just delayed, maybe?
Planetary temperature within acceptable.
Not sure, but we'll figure it out. Said it's that first stream on the other rig. Like I said, it definitely is annoying about the Bluetooth being tied to the old motherboard. That's been a pain today, and I still haven't got it fixed or figured out. Okay, I think here's about a decent enough spot. Oh yeah, I had those down. I think we're getting ready to put the rails in. Okay, you guys are... Yep, there. There. And I guess I can come here. It might just be that it's quieter than I'm used to. And bring that up a little more, I suppose. So I want to make sure I'm not missing stuff. Yeah, once I get this connected, we're good to start the smelter. Before I connect anything, though, I just got to get the numbers. And oh, shoot, I forgot. I got caught up in this, so I didn't do the other thing I was going to do. I got to go back to my spreadsheet. I needed to adjust the numbers to know exactly how many I'm going to be making. Because the spreadsheet tells me right now as far as how much I needed, not how much I gathered. So that's why I'm assuming it's up from 250 to 300 something, more than likely. All right. So I think there was like, it was either 18 or 20. Regardless, I could still put that all on one. I haven't gotten to them yet. I gotta pull up. I haven't done them yet. Desktop. All right, get these open so I can look at them. I'll check and see how many lenses I'm actually making. Everything that I'm making is a requirement for stuff above it. I need 4. So I'm making 4 compounders of lenses. Yep. At least that is what the math is telling me I need to do. I think there will be a good spot. Over the top. And then we'll figure out how to connect depending on where that stuff goes over there. Yeah, I don't need to split this up any more than just how much, you know, a dispatcher can handle, because it's going to get to the smeltery. We'll make everything going to balance through dispatchers and then send it wherever it needs to go. What do you mean only 4? You're saying like it's a big process? I'm just saying that's how much the math says. I haven't gotten to the point of what I all need to make for it yet, but yeah. I'm anticipating a lot of these recipes are going to be very resource intensive. I think I can get this across here, right? Let me try these first. Oop, nope, that's not right. As long as I can make all these connections here, I'll figure out where it goes afterwards. But it looks like I can. Yeah, I found a couple really nice big flat areas where I could put in, because I think it's going to be divided up into 2, because there wasn't one that I could just do everything all across it. but it's got two really good sections very close to each other. So I figured that's how I'm going to take care of it. Nope. Autosave. Okay. But the cool thing about the setup and the plan I'm doing is I'm not, other than when I set the dispatchers up, I'm not worried about what it is I'm doing. I just, okay, you don't like that being there. I figured. Yeah, everything is basically set up for, I just follow the I follow the instructions, and by the time I get to whatever it is, I'll already have dispatchers sitting at that point, dispatching the exact amount needed to the next build. It'll take a little bit, but we will get there. Okay, need a little bit more, not a ton of it. Let's see, let's move some here. Yeah, I'm not trying to do a big tower here. Hope I can just get away with some easy. Some of the high-end recipes require other. Yeah, no, I know. That's what my. Remember, that's how I did this. I started out at the end, and then for this tells me how many of this I need, and I go in and then I adjust it from there. So everything started at the top, what I needed to make that, and then once I clicked those, then the next part was what I needed to make those. So again, everything is spoken for. Like everything that I need is in this list here. But that's why I designed this build, whatever you want to call it, the way I did, is because I was kind of frustrated than the other ones because all it ever did was tell you how to make one item, and I was never trying to make just one item. Okay. Oh, you did not get cooled. Hey, Jesus, thanks for the subscription there, man. I really appreciate that. Dude, that is awesome. Hey, Zeus with the Prime subscription. Thank you very much, bud. I really do appreciate that. Okay, I think I got this here. Ugh. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, I think if I go here and go high, I can probably make it over the top of this thing and still go on the straight line I was hoping to. Good. I can. Alright. I gotta figure out how am I trying to get this out. I think it's like that. I'm gonna do this to remind myself so I... Dang it. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. There we go. So I'm going to take this here and run it up there so it can connect with all those, and then that over there. So I still got to figure out how to get all these. There's so many here. I spent half of yesterday looking for goethite without realizing that I had right next to the base that I've already been at was just a ton of it. Okay. I think that works. What's up, JC? How are you doing this evening or morning? I always forget that. I gotta preface. How are you doing today? That one's easier. Hope you're having a good day, bud. I'm trying to knock out the last of these gothites. Get them on a dispatcher because I'm excited to start the smelters today. A little more math to do on the spreadsheet, but it shouldn't be that difficult. Just adding some extra smelters. 4:23 a.m. doesn't really feel like morning. I mean, again, even if it's late, it's still morning. Are you guys getting the sun yet? Because I go to bed around 4:30 ish myself, and it's like I see the sun coming up outside, and I'm just like, what the hell? Summer is weird, but then again, that's a process of our daylight savings time. That's like the whole, I guess, not purpose of it, but that's why they do, is so that we have more daylight during the summer. Well, I think it goes backwards, so technically, I don't know. It's more of that math stuff. Whoever said we would never need math again didn't know what they were talking about. Okay. This is going to be an interesting look once it starts pumping out. Oh, man. Sunrise is 4:33. Okay, so you're almost there. Yeah. Nice. I remember when I lived in Alaska. That was the most interesting what's the word I'm looking for? Just way of this that the sun actually worked. Oh, it's right there. Cool. Because during the late part of summer, the sun would call it set, but it was more like a it never got dark. So you'd have like this dusk, and you'd see the sun go down over the horizon, and about an hour or two after it'd be up again. But it's not, I was only in Anchorage, so if you're in, say, way up north, then it's even more so. But it was cool to go up there. They have this place called Earthquake Park, and it has to do like the big earthquake, the Good Friday earthquake back in, I don't remember what year it was, but it was like one of the biggest quakes we've ever had in the U.S. Destroyed a ton up there. So they turned a lot of that area that kind of slid into the water into like this bike park and stuff. But yeah, you'd go up there. You could actually be right underneath where the airplanes came into the airport, and they couldn't be more than 100, 150 feet above you as they came in, and we just watched the sunrise from there. Some good memories. Okay. Set you here. And that should... everybody should be coming to this one location. Again, it's only like 180, so we're nowhere near capping. Just need... I need to count this again, though. I need to be sure. Okay, 2, 4, 6, 8... 2, 4, 6, 10. This is 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Is it really 24? It's either 22 or 24. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, yeah, 22. 22, so still enough to fit on one. And there it is. And then I gotta hook up power, and then we'll be good. Okay, Gothite, Mega, Goth, 220. Oh, ore. Okay, cool. All right, now I hit power, and well, it's not going to be like the other ones where it just comes streaming in, because it doesn't come very fast. But we'll see, and see if I need 2 of these, which I kind of figure I might. Yeah. I've unlocked the Geo power, I just haven't used it yet. There's 2 more over there. You know what? I'm good. I'm good. We have more than we need. Oh yeah, right here. So we got 600. 600 goethite, so an extra 100 ore there. All right, that's what I need to do first. So let me first make sure I don't die from a rupture. All right, I'm going to make a copy and disconnect it. New book. Yep. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to put you here. And I'm going to put, I guess, you there. Okay, so I did 80. Does that change up here? I'm trying to remember how I did this. No. Goes G58. Yeah. So 4680. So if I go 90. Oh, it is 54. Okay, gotcha. It is changing. All right, that's all I got to do. Sometimes I got to remember what it is. I got to get up to 9840. So let's do 125. Jeez. 150. 9,000. I think I'll leave it at that. I think that's enough because I still need a ore for the goethite stuff. So we'll leave that. That's still an extra almost 1,000 ore a minute. I think we'll be good there. The wolfram. And we were trying to make 2280, but instead we're making 4080. Let's try 75. 4,500. Nope. 70. 65. 68. 4080. Cool. I love the Excel usage. Were you using Excel in your job? I did. I used it a lot. I was actually the guy everybody went to figure out how to make all the crazy stuff just because I knew how to look up things in YouTube. I Google. I never understood that. Like, you know, everything they ask me to do, and then I would just go Google it, figure it out, add it to my toolbox, so to say. Ended up with a lot of toys that I can play with now. Okay, I need to get 3840, so let's do 60. Because I don't use calcium or in anything else. So I need to change the wolfram a little bit too. 62, 64, 3840. Cool. Yeah, same at work. Everything's in Excel Pro. But yeah, you know, and then of course, once you do it a few times, you're like, oh, okay, I know how to do that now. That works. All right. 33. Okay, 3660 is enough for there. And that still leaves me with. Oh, I need 21. That's right. I just need to get it up to 3840, which almost did. I did. Okay, good. We're good there. Wolfram, though, I needed 3630. I have an extra. It's only 450. Oh, but it was only 2280 to smelt. Okay, so let's do, if I do 55, that's 3,300, but it leaves me another 700. And again, it's over what I actually need. Okay, cool. Good there, good there, good there. Why does it say I need 11,000? Okay, I think I made too much of this. 140. 10,000. Yeah, because I'm making too many bars. I guess I need a lot more ore for other things. 95, 10. Okay. That puts us over. Let's go 110 again. I just want to Nope. So I only okay. I need 1350 for the pyros. Okay. Yeah. I think we can do 115. Call that good. All right. And 33. So I did 9840 there. Helium, we did 5040. So we're good there. Wolfram, 4080. Okay, I need to make less ingots. 50. So I only need 28. So 50, 45. Just trying to get all these numbers. There we go. We're good with that. Sulfur, I have 4800. The calcium ore was 3840. Oh, no. It doesn't go there. Okay. $420. 120. Guess we'll stick with about the same there. Cool. And then powerium. We had 800 or 8. It was 80. I think we had just enough. Okay. And then goethite ore. 600. Okay. Everything's green. Everything's good. Everything's pretty. To make sure I left enough of the things like the titanium that wasn't being turned into bars to be available for the pyro forges and stuff. Okay. So that puts us there. Now, okay, are you guys connected? But I guess you're not being requested. Oh, it's probably full. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna put a buffer between, because I like my buffers. There we go. Cool. Just wanted to see all of these running too. There we go. Okay, gotcha. They're all pulling from everywhere. This is going to be pretty quick now, faster than I was expecting. That these are going to be shipped. Okay. Let's make sure no of these areas are overheating now, right? We definitely put a lot of stuff down. I didn't check over here. Wow. You were even less. And then make sure none of these are hot now because they jumped into here. Okay, nope. And nope. Perfect. Alright, let's get back over here. Okay. Promise I know how to jump. Okay, and I think I gotta go up here, yeah, to get to the teleporter. Up there. That's what I'm looking for, the teleporter. But let's Do some stuff in here real fast. Okay. You're mostly out of things, but... Oh, I never put in that. Forgot one. Forgot the E for accept. Dang it. That one's super handy.
Another great day for science. This data will be useful.
Alright. Blocks. I need basics, so I'm probably gonna have to go wherever it is that we're making them now. Oh, I gotta go back over here. I want to grab at least the intermediates from here.
Ah, gotcha.
Okay, I think everything's getting sent to the valley right at the moment, so we'll head over there and drop some stuff off. Okay. Slowly filling their way up. Oh, I got a decent amount of that too. Make sure leave me some room. I always do that. I'll go out and I'll fill myself up, and then I'll be like finding plants or something that I want to grab, and I can't because my inventory's full. Okay, I think. Not sure why you were there. Could use at least another heavy ammo and get rid of yet one more of these. If I need to set up defenses, I'll come back for that. No, I didn't get it. Wonder how many of these I can make. Right, but not all. Leave me a few empty spots. Okay. So let's see if I can remember what I named this place. Northern base. It's something Goth, I think. Yep. Autosave. And I think I need to reboot for the compass to come into play again. What is... Oh. Final smelter array. I wonder where I need to go. That's funny. So I know I'm going to have to do some adjustment of things here. Currently where I have zip lines going and this base, because I can actually do a pretty decent amount here. A big amount over there and another big amount over here. So like I said, it's going to be interesting. I don't think I want this here anymore though. So let's at least get rid of this one. Oh, I need more food. Dang it. Did I leave it in here? Probably not. I mean, I can make some out of that. I mean, that's the same as that one. Right, we got a little bit of food. And I can make the, I can make more of this.
Great.
Dude, it's so nice how this computer is running. Like, I feel like I could go back to my old saves now, the ones that were so bad, and I can just pick right back up where I was. It's just amazing. I wish I'd looked into this sooner. I had every assumption that the problem was the game. But you learn. Okay. I think that's enough pruning of that. So what I want to do... first, let's see what we can do here. The unfortunate part is this big kind of gap thing here. So we're going to have to try to fashion this in a way that we place the blocks on the opposite sides, not in the middle. Although that's not going to adjust much for going 3 high. Let me... Is it really only that? Oh, it's not that big of a difference. Okay, let's say we're going to set this up as a 2 high. Floor is going to be 2 high. Thinking this is going to be the receiver side. So, and they're going to be identical. The width of the receiver and the width of the smelters are going to be the identical because I'm going to widen the smelters out so it doesn't look weird. And 3 rows will be 3 dispatchers. Man, I almost wish I could go 8 long as opposed to the 4 long. All right, I need to look at the one that we already did. Where did I do that? Was it at Goth? Because the big area I did was 144. Yeah, let's go down and peek at this. Just got to remind myself how I did it. It is 8. Okay. So 60 times 4 is 240, though. So did I... How did I make this work or mess this up? Something's... Oh, this isn't smelters. Where did I do the smelters? It's been so long. Where did I do the smelters? I'm completely failing to remember now. I don't think it was the dome. This is furnaces. Yeah, that's the stabilizers. That's what that is. Okay, that's stabilizers there. And I don't think it was over here. I mean, it has to be a big place. Where did I do it, though? Alright, let's check this teleporter. I am completely failing to remember where I did this. Oh, where it says Northern Smelting. Oh, that's right. I repurposed what was already being used. So again, I just needed to read things. Okay, yeah, so this is only 4 long. Yeah, 4 long. 3 receivers on the end. 3 dispatchers on the end. All tileable, nice and clean. Now, I did this with the full 2. I was trying to decide if I wanted to try to do this with it. I think somewhere I did, and it got really frustratingly hard, or not hard, but I mean, if I do them in sets, it shouldn't be. So it'll be what, 4 rows of 4, so total of 480 per. So it's just short of 1,000, short of 2,000, short of 3,000. Oh, but I'm going by the numbers. Oh, dear God. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 is 32 times 3. Okay, so this is basically, what, a third of what I need? Oh, God. 115, 160, 205. I was Did I say 300? I guess I messed up. It's only about 205. Which is about twice the size of this. Okay. So what I need to do, get back there, get my first one set up again. It's clean because everything is in a single line. And nothing's kind of deviating or expanding out or anything like that. So it should be fairly straightforward. How many of those do I got? 2. Do I have any more over here? I should have 4 is what I should have. My speaker shut off again. I don't know why they do that. It's really weird. Oh yeah. Any nearby? There's one over there. Let's hit that one and then see if there's anything else over the top. Yeah, I want to do 4. I want to quadrant it out with an overlap in the middle of some type. In the middle being like where that takes turns. Makes sense in my head. I know there was one up here. There it is. Hopefully there's another one nearby. Yeah. I'm really hoping I can... I ordered a new, you know, not like super expensive, but a new set of wired headphones just so I can make sure. Because I'm assuming it's just the stuff I have and that I could do a new thing, but I'm not positive and I don't want to take a chance on it. Because there are times when I do want things a little quieter, and I am... Speaking of quieter... Oh, that's right. I always forget there's background noise in my head. I always struggle. See, that would, you know, I had my my Samsung headphones that I like to wear, but unfortunately, they're also one of the things that I can't connect to. If I was wearing those, I'd be able to crank the sound up all the way and it wouldn't bother me. Okay. I don't think... You're on headphones will no longer hear... Oh, yeah. Gotcha. That's true. That is true. I'm glad it's like a cool sound like that, not something obnoxious. Oh, I should probably grab that before I run this thing over. So I'm... It is nostalgic, yeah. Okay, let me see where I can put this, because I'm thinking... I just need to find where the lowest point of that is, and then maybe we can kind of use that. How far do you go over here? Okay, there you're up to there. I think this would be a good spot for overlap there. But I also need to come up over here as well. Dang it. Nope, I think I want to bring it... Oop. I want to make sure we're covered all the way at the beginning, so I may not get the exact setup that I want. Okay, it needs to start right after... There we go. Like right after the cave no-build area. Alright, and then... I stick this one like up this way. Oh, I can. Because then that covers here. That goes over to there. If I need to, I'll put another one like that. But this will ensures both sides of this. And I probably actually need to go more this way to overlap that. Okay, how close can I get there? Okay, good. I've overlapped the spot where the cave is, and then over here, I think I've also overlapped this point. Okay, that's good. All right, so now, like I said, I think we need, if we're gonna make this, some of these weird Windows things, need to find the lowest point here. Make sure none of these other parts of this crevice are lower. So is it one single spot? I'm okay with one single spot if it's just one spot. Okay. So what this can be is the low half. So if I'm going to do the 1.5 pillars, this would be the low pillar, and then the second one would go above that, because these are almost level here. So another, we'll see. But at least I know if I do this, I can place these in there wherever they need to go. So I think I want to start here. I need to make sure I leave room enough for our tower of receivers. And they'll eventually have to stack up there. But the rest of it should still be good. Maybe a little bit further over. I don't know that I could fit 2 of these in here back to back, which is kind of one of the things I was sort of thinking about. I don't think I can, though. Alright, so let's do that. And now that I'm doing these kind of things, I'm going to go every 5 blocks, because that actually is the size of the gap. So I like to be able to put things inside without having to place something on top of the actual support. So again, each one of these would be, I could make this the space for running things, and it would still be 1, 2, 3, 4. That would be the length of the actual smelters. Let's get a few of these in here. I want to get the actual blocks in. 2, 3, 4. At least one set, so I can judge how it looks and make sure it's going to be functional. So since right here we're already in a crevice, we should be good. I probably have the autosave set back to the old way on this computer. May have to look back into that later. Just so I don't have to. Okay. So now, if I chose to smelter. Alright, so I think, yeah, I think I want that to be the lowest level. So same height here. But I think I'm going to do that in the middle, so I can do the other height on the outside, so it doesn't just look like it's a big line. I think that'll make it easier to identify. Plus, in this spot here, this is the critical spot here anyway. So I think that's a good place to do that. So I'm just going to do one row here real fast to see how this turns out. Okay. Nope. Smelter. So it's going to go like this. So it's going to be in between the actual support pillars we put. So that's there to hold up the walkway, so to say. It's way more than I need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I only need 4. I think I'd rather give myself more on the receiver end because that's got the bigger height differential. And I think I'd already planned on using this anyway, so yeah, we'll do that here. Okay. Now, I want to see if I can go 5 on this one right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that actually works all right. And I think it'll work the other way as well as that. So that's row 2. That's row 3. Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can make this a 4 high. I haven't tried to do this 4 high yet, but I also didn't do it this way. So this will take a little bit more time, but it hopefully will make up for that by reducing the footprint where we need. Okay. Okay, there's 3. Now the ultimate question, can we go 4? And I think we should be able to because we're doing the 1.5. I think if we had gone too high, I don't think it'd work. But I think this will. Fingers crossed. Okay, there it is. I can go 4 high. And the thing is I can do the exact same height difference on the receiver inputs feeding in, and then the outputs will just kind of zigzag up, but we'll even a little bit lower. I probably could go the same height if I wanted to. I'll have to try and mess with that. All right, so I know this works, so I'm going to remove all this for now because I don't want to deal with there. Yeah, I don't want to deal with trying to wire this with all the stuff in the way. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I think so I need to do the same thing here as we did over there. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And that goes there on... no, I think it actually starts up 1 higher. Yeah. And it's a lot less complicated than it could be. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to use extra than I normally do on these just to try to... Okay, that's terrible. Even if I did, I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. But we'll see. Okay, so that's input, 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 and input. Output goes here. And once I get this locked down, then we'll mass produce this. Okay, so I think if I go here, that's about as clean as I can do that. And then it gives me the straight into here. Okay, let's get rid of that extra sound for me, though. I'm just glad that you guys don't have to hear it, but man, it makes it hard for me to hear. that's one of the reasons. I need to find headphones that are comfortable. My problem is if I'm streaming like 5-6 hours, it's a struggle for me to keep something in or on my ears for that long. Real irritation. I don't know. I just one of them things. So if I could find like a really, you know, something where I almost didn't feel like I had anything, that would be awesome. Because then I can turn all the musics, all the things up. Okay. Now, I want to build in, obviously, a storage of here. Problem is, these are more than 1.5, so I'm going to have to alternate them. So, like on one side, I would have it like here. And then at the next level, I'd have it like here and just keep alternating them back and forth. I think that works. So I can take this, run it over to here. And then I just want to kind of figure this part out. What are we colliding with? An animal? Really? He's literally stopping me from building. I definitely did not expect that. Oop. Grab the data. Okay, now this is the problem I'm foreseeing. So I might have to... So the next question is, can I take this up another level? And still get 4. Thank you. Alright, let's try that on this one here. I wish I could just go in here and blast those rocks. I really do. So, the only other option is if I'm going to do this, is I got to raise the bottom level. And I think I'm probably going to have to do that just based on these high things here. Which is unfortunate. So this means that the first level is actually going to be at this point now. So this is an entire extra block height than where we were before. So the question is, can I still make this work? Okay. So that's the height that it's on. So we have to do this first. Okay, let's try to make our first level based off of this. Okay. Oh, that was that one spot. I remember saying there was one single spot in the game where I couldn't do this. Okay, well, we'll just switch them around. One, 2, 3. I know it can fit here. Alright. So our first level now. And then I gotta change all these where the support is. Okay. So our first one is gonna have to be here. You're the same height, right? No, you're not. Oh, that's right. They're a little bit different because of that one low spot, so I had to alternate. So in this case, it's going to be here and here. All right. Oh yeah, so this is the first one. Take me a sec. I will get it down. Yes, there we go. And to basically take it up an entire block and a half. Okay, so that's our first. Okay. Oh, wrong one, doing 1, 2, 3. I know I for sure can do 3 high. I just don't know if I can do the 4 high with this extra layer. It always comes down to that extra layer. I mean, they gave us a lot more flexibility. This just might be too much. Good morning, Miss Chrislou. How are you doing today? We are sort of for sciencing, making our slightly ridiculous smelter array. Trying to find out if I can fit it 4 high. Save on a little bit of space. Hoping I can. This is that top level right here that I need. It either will or it won't. And I don't... And if it's one of those ones where I would have to take all of them apart and make it fit up there, I'm not doing that. That's just too much work. Yeah. Nope. We can't. Yeah, it's all these rocks here that are kind of in the way. Alright. Good. Just woke up. 6 o'clock. Nice. Hope your day treats you well. I gotta redo all these now. This worked great for the first one, but I completely forgot how bad the rocks got later on down there. It's just too much. Ooh, nice. Awesome, awesome. Any big plans? Or just chilling at home? That's always my favorite plans. A whole lot of nada. Uh-oh.
I recommend finding a
Right, I don't want to go all the way over there. Let's just throw something together over here for now. I just need to get this first section kind of done and dusted, and then I can just start to mass reproduce everything. Okay, I thought there. And we're pretty close. I still wish I could have done that, but we'll be all right. This just guarantees that I can take this all the way across without having to worry about, well, hopefully not have to worry about unstable because of stones. For once, no plans other than maybe fighting some dust in the corners. You know, that's always a losing battle. You win the fight, but you never win the war. Ah, yeah, nice. Today was a nice day for us. The sun was out, but it wasn't oppressively hot. Monday, it was oppressively hot. Like, I don't have like actual full AC in the house that I'm at. It sucks when every now and then you get one of those around here. Decent windows, so like when that happens, like it starts to get a little toasty. Throw the doors, try to get, cross breeze, ceiling fan and everything. My study, though, I have an actual AC unit in here. So I can turn it on long enough to bring the temperature down and then turn it back off for a little bit. But that's not much I can say for the rest of the house. All right, let's see how long the gap is now with this. I got my computer back. We are playing on that, which is why it looks a little bit prettier, I hope. So normally I get to this point and my computer freezes. Okay, there's the freeze. How long is the freeze though? On my other computer is taking like 30 seconds at least. A few chilly weeks today and tomorrow we'll get terrible heat. Ah. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, it still takes a bit. I was looking through all the mods, and they got mods that'll tell you when the rupture comes, but there's still nothing that can actually adjust the timing of the ruptures. Which is interesting. Can't sit on the balcony. Aw. That's like the best place to sit. Get like a, you know, nice little chair, little table by the side, so you can put something cold with ice. Do you guys do the cold with ice? I never remember which countries are like that. Like, we went to Peru and everything was served warm. Not if you roast. Yeah. Everything was served warm. Like the water, the juices, the sodas. I don't know. You get used to drinking them cold with ice and everything. So when you get them warm, it's a weird... They don't taste the same. Same with beer. We have... there's a place that's called Twin Peaks. So, I don't know, you guys probably heard of Hooters before, you know, because of the scantily clad and the wings and whatnot. So, Twin Peaks was kind of tongue-in-cheek, so you can guess what the Twin Peaks were. Similar outfits, but their big claim is that they served, all the beer was served at basically 1 degree below freezing. So, it was really chilled, really cold. Almost to the point, you know, it warms up quickly to that, but it's like super chill, super cold beer. So good.
Returning to normal.
Yeah, really tasty though. I think the one place that we had that was when I was in New Orleans. My ship was built there, so I spent some time there on my, not the last ship I was on, but the ship before that. You go here and here. Oh, you guys do go there because that is the floor. Okay, so I think at this point now I can probably just say we're good. And just start mass producing like I said. Okay. At least get the floor in on all these. Oh, nope, I don't want to do that. That's the floor. Yeah, but I definitely hear that. Like, there's, like, we're one of the... We're on the minority when it comes to cold beverages. Especially things like beer and whatnot. And I'm curious how something like that happens. Okay. Oh, let's get these ones first. Make it easier for me to know where the next ones go. And actually, I'm going to have to lay out the footprints for the rest of these. Oh, you don't like beer? Gotcha. Beer is the reason I've never tried... Alright, I've never learned to like coffee. Because beer, when I first tried it, was very... I don't know, I didn't like the taste, but over time I definitely acquired it. So that just lets me know... World famous? Yeah. Yeah, I figured that coffee is something I would definitely be able to acquire a taste, and then it would just be one more expensive habit to feed. So I was like, I think I'm better off not enjoying coffee. Carlsberg, yes, I have heard that. It's like a big brewery. You have to, like, for us, for getting like that, usually you have to go to, like, some kind of, I don't say fancy, they're not fancy places, but sports bars or things like that where they actually serve. Is it over here? Yeah, there we go. Where they'll actually serve on tap a lot of the more foreign. There's one place, I forget where it was. They had like over 100 different, you know, beers on tap from around the world. Never had a drink of alcohol. Never saw the point of it. So high 30s. Never had a drink. I also hate coffee. I didn't have my first drink of alcohol until I was 22, I think. Was also late to the party, but it was more for a silly reason because everyone kept trying to get me to drink, take a drink and stuff, and I just, I had parties at my house and stuff, and for whatever reason in my mind, I didn't want to let anyone be able to claim they were the one that got me to drink, so I would always just say no. And just one night randomly, nobody was trying to get me to drink, so I was making someone a drink and walked in and just started drinking it. The whole place lost it. But again, that was no one got to claim it. That was me just doing it. All right. This is going to be interesting. So I think what I want to do is I want to get this footprint here, and then I got to repeat it a bunch of times. So that makes... Actually, I don't know that I want to have... Yeah, okay, yeah, there. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. And that here is our first and second floors. No, because they're all starting at the same height. Okay, gotcha. I need to delete all of you. This is why you do it first. Come on. Yeah, these got to be a half block off. And I knew that. Still got the major crafting job going on in my Minecraft world. Yeah. I mean, isn't that like every day in that one? A lot of resources. Yeah, this one's going to be a little expensive too. But I think I've done a good job of pre-staging all of that. That's the plan I'm going for. Okay. All right, there we go. So that's the one. That's floor 1. And that's floor 2. Okay. So that means... Right, let's see how far we can get with this. Lock you in here. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how many rows we're going to be able to get. And again, every one of these is like 180 or 18. No, 12. 12 of the 200 that I need to make. 4, 4, and 4, yeah. Okay, I think that is as far as we get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And that equals 192. We need like 204. So I need like one more row, I think, after this. So what I might end up doing is maybe skip the one that was here and come back over here and run it down here. I could probably fit that last one there. We'll see when we get there. But that actually could work. I'm just going to start going back and forth. Apparently I never went over here because this whole section is definitely lower. But I'm only going 3 high, so it still works. So usually when I have things like this where they don't fit, I'll just take the one that does, and I'll take it as everywhere I can, and then the ones that don't, I'll adjust the side, because I don't like going up and down over and over, because it's usually how you end up with the wrong height somewhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. I was going to. Yeah, this whole section here is like, nope, we don't want to. So having these, it'll prevent me from going any lower than what that is. Even though I can't really see it right now. It'll still help me out. So might be a little less. If I could have gone 4 high, holy cow, what I could have done with this. Yep, it's going to be a lot of it going lower. And it's just adding one, I guess, one extra pillar. But again, like I said, we're not going 4 high, so we'll be fine. Okay, you will be part of that second level height. Yeah, because everything's going to go up one more, but I have a few places that need to go down. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those lines so come in handy. This is one of those things I wish Satisfactory had. There's some things that, I wish we had that Satisfactory has, but there's some things that are in this game too that are like, man, that would have been great in Satisfactory. I guess each game has their wins, or however you want to put it. Okay, so now I just need to get this height here and lock it in, and on the spots where it was like here and I couldn't fit one in, I can still, it'll still lock it in the right height. Factorio's perfect. Everyone has their, their, and that's probably a lot of people's first. So that also means that's a whole nother layer on top of that. For me, Satisfactory was my first. I mean, I knew of Factorio and I watched some people play it, but I never pulled the trigger and got into it. So that's like, for me, Satisfactory was that first time, and I was hooked. Oop, hydration low. That's not good. Yes, that's all I need to know. Everything comes to the top of that. Alright, I probably should drink real fast. Okay. Back to this. So what I'm doing right now is like the floor, call it. But it'll also be the level of that, the first level that we're building. Thing with Satisfactory with me is the scale of the building just so big. Yeah, it's also the amount of options that they give you for creativity. There's the factory building, and getting all the numbers right and everything, and then after that there's making it look pretty or clean, or however you want to do it. The signs, being able to clip everything. Like, that's something I wish this had more of, like the ability to clip, because there's so many cool things. Like, they would, if you dropped, like a thing on the ground and then just kept moving in a certain direction, it would let you make circles, like legitimate circles, like, stuff like that. Those were cool things. I really that would, in my mind, that's one of the things I would love to see in this game. Alright. Now I gotta add this section in where it lets me. So I'm doing it all at once, because if I try to do it each line, it's just going to be... the chances of forgetting and doing it wrong are, you know, that's too high. So if I just, again, do it all in one spot. The foundation is the hardest part. After that, all you're doing is adding pillars. This part, getting everything right at the base, is like the part that is the most critical, I would say. And normally I refuse to do this on the builds. I usually only do this on there. But this is like the first time that I've, from the start, I'm doing this. And I've gotten pretty good at this process now. So I'm hoping I don't regret this. Wouldn't be the first time I did regret something, but hopefully I don't. Okay. And once we get to a certain point, this will all start falling in place and it'll start looking pretty cool. Why do you place them under the rocks? If I put the base here, so like here, if you look at this, so if let's say I can't see under the rock, but I'm trying to place this block, there's going to be different points where it can tie into the block, and then there's going to be this point where I'm now into the block below. So that's going to tell me, okay, I just got to go up one. So it helps me to know and get the right height here. Because I always I prefer, if I can, to always start with these, you know, the supported pillars. Okay, somehow I undid my thing. But yeah, so that's why I do that. It's another way of helping to make keep me from doing it or just one block off, because I found myself doing that a lot, where I'll be building something and it's usually like a big platform like this, and then I get to the end and I realize that at some point all of them got off by like a single block height, and so I have to go back and redo it all. So I'm just dummy proofing myself. Okay, now there it is. There's also a reason why I'm only doing this level first. Again, keeping myself from making silly mistakes. So I'll get these all up to that same height, so they're all going to be the same as this one here, and then I will put in the half or the block or the half block off. We'll call it. Oh, that's not where that goes. See, right there, I was just telling, that's how I get myself in trouble. If you ever do this where you put something down and you can't reach it, it's the other reason you use these. I can just place that over the top to help me get access to actually make it go away. Not sure why I did that. These are all just supposed to be that height for the corners. Okay. And only on the spots where I couldn't do it with the other height. Okay, you're good there, there. Said I'm hoping I don't regret this. I don't think the complexity once I get past this part is going to be that difficult. I think we'll be good. That there. Okay. It should be able to just automatically pop. It used to automatically pop up on those. I'll have to come back and get those here in a sec. Yep. Wherever I have those, I can't. It's not gonna let me place them. You, I can. So I can place them on top of other pillars, but not. Yeah, that's something that only started happening since the update, since they made the changes to the pillar stability and heights and things like that. It's annoying, but you know, it's one of those, like, you know, compared to what we got, I would definitely I would take this over where it used to be. Okay. Make sure everything else is on that height, and it is. Okay. Now we'll just adjust that height over to here. And it makes it easier to snap as well. Oh, I thought I was doing all three. You kind of see that one that I put here that didn't have a thing on there was actually off by a block. Like, made my point right there. Same, it puts it there, whereas if I'm over here, it could jump up. Sometimes it'll go where it's supposed to. Other times it just has a mind of its own. After this, I just have to do the half block difference. And then we put in the first floor. You don't go there, you go there. Okay, right, and right. Okay. Right, now we got this one here. This is the one I think at some point we're going to have to do, drop it lower, which is the one reason why we can't do the 4 high. Because if I could start on this lower level, I think we could do it, but the problem is there's too many rock outcroppings that would be sticking up out of the ground, which I would not be okay with. Yep, and this is the spot where I have to add in that one extra pillar. And often one pillar is just enough. Okay. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. What? Well, no, you're not supposed to be the same height. No, you're supposed to be 1, 2, 3. Oh, for you guys, you're okay. That's the same height. For these ones here, when it can't reach. I think this was the right height that I just did. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Yeah, those ones I was doing down there were not the right height. said, once we're done with this, then we're just doing layer by layer again. It's just like normal. Just instead of putting, well, you're still doing 2 blocks. All these ones where I stack them high, it's just going to be either the 2 outer or the 2 inner, which it still is per level. Okay, was there anything else that was too low? Besides that, is that the only one? Those were high enough, okay. 1, 2, 3. That's the height we'll settle on at the end, which is what these ones are all here. Okay, so I just need to raise all the rest of these that are lower up to this height now. And the ones we're putting in right now, that will be the first height. I'll come back for those here in a sec. Yeah, this definitely takes longer. And I possibly could have done them at just the regular 2 high. I don't like how it looks. It's now that I know that I can do it this way, it's just too big now. The gap is just, I can't unsee it. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right, let's go through and cap all of these. Our first level. The ones here next will go up 1 higher for the next level. So for now, I'm just going to leave them where they are for ease of access while we're doing the programming. I'm not a fan of being constricted. I like to be able to get it from above and not have a bunch of stuff in my way. All right, we are, I think, ready. So I'm wondering if I should just run all of these on that first row. I suppose I should probably get this put into... Yeah, that's that first row in the middle. Autosave. Alright. Don't need that spot there, so we just need this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Requires a... Oh! Using the wrong block. Okay, let's see how much of this I can fit first. 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. As far as we're going to get to there. After that, we got to go up to here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're just going to put these here. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the cool thing is now I know the math too, so it's easy for me if I got to figure out how to, adjust it. It's 6 blocks or 6 clicks of the mouse scroll wheel is the height of a pillar. So luckily that makes things easier to adjust. Okay. And then other one is down 6. Crazy thing is, this is a large portion of what we need to do. It's not everything. I'm still going to have to make another couple rows, but this is close. Cool. So now I level it with this, and up 1, 2, 3, and lock it. And that's taking it up 1 pillar, which then fits the spots I couldn't place these on. Down here, I gotta get the height of that first one. Okay, and it is the outside ones. Okay, so I'm gonna do this first, and then we'll fill in the middle ones. But yeah, this will be the first height, and they're gonna be the exact. Each row of receivers is gonna be the exact same height and width of each row of the smelters, which is fortunate, or I don't know the word I'm looking for, but it definitely ties in well. If I were to just go with the regular height of the, or sorry, width of the smelter, it would be off because it's 3 wide, receivers are 4 wide. So by choosing the alternate footprint, I can actually make it line up better. And it's the same length, so it doesn't really, and you can't say that we could go shorter because I still am restricted by the receiver. Okay. Cap these. So I'm going to include the first level of the receivers with this as well. So we can I want to get that entire first floor all the way across lined up. Then we'll do the second floor all the way across, and then the third, and so on. It looks a mess right now. Trust me, it'll make sense. Okay, it's back over to here. Let's throw in our initial receivers. That's our height. That's what I mean. Now that I've got all this done, I just plop them all in place. And then when we're ready for the next row, I just got to do... These middle ones have to go up one pillar, and then they'll be able to cap the next row here. Alright, smelter-wise. Same height. So I need to cap these as well. Leave the one in the middle empty. That's just the floor height. Which, technically it wouldn't hurt anything to cap it, but it's just not necessary. So far, I'm not regretting this. It's still early, but I do think this is going to look good in the end. And now it's... that's a word. Assembly line now. Rinse, repeat. I will say, though, I hope at some point we do get blueprints or some form of blueprints. I don't know if the devs are going to want to completely copy one for one, but I hope they do something, because so far most of the things that are in Satisfactory and these other games they've done, but they've given it their own twist, which I'm okay with, as long as we get the utility that we need. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So close. But I'm not deleting anything now, which is cool. Same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. And after this, we're going to place all of the rails for every one of these. I think this actually makes so much more sense than the way I did it before. Going through and doing an entire row all the way up to the top and then doing the next one. Like I said, it's going to be so much easier because it's the same thing over and over and over, which definitely is so much easier to reproduce. And then the dispatchers are pretty easy. We'll probably do those. I think I'll do those too as well. Get those started. And just everything's going to go up as we go. That way I can fully wire, and then we'll... Man, I keep doing at least one of those. And then we'll program them at the end, I guess. Oh, you were off. And at this side, I could probably support it with just one side. Got a lot of horizontal support at you know, 1 or 2 blocks. It's when we start getting into 4, 5, 6 high that you start getting very specific on where you have to put your supports. Of course. One more time all the way at the end. Okay, so there's our 4 smelters, 240 ore coming from a receiver delivering 240 ore. I think I'd like to... I'm going to try this here. We're going to go a 2-block lip before we actually go over, and I might do a little lip on this side as well. It's easier to place rails on an actual existing block than in an open area. So if we do that here, easier jump for me too. Some selfish reasons in there. Oop. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, so we're gonna have you. So I want them all to be the same. Could, you know, throw another one here. Actually, I did that before. That is how I did it, and then I just curved it. There we go. Get it right from the start. That way, at least I can have a straight line coming from here. We'll repeat this on all 3 levels, but I'm going to alternate where the input side is, because I want to be able to fit a storage on either side, or on the end for each of these coming out. Get a little bit of a buffer. Okay. Fill these in. That's what I was talking about. It's way easier to put these in when there's a block to place it on. Let's try this. Again, we're doing an assembly line here, so it all works the same. And instead of stopping and having to move back around again, I can just all the way down in one easy pattern. Figure out which ones we're doing first. I gotta math some things to see where I want, because I want all of the like items that, you know, grouped together. So we'll probably do the titanium first, because that's the biggest one. I want to keep them all here. Okay. Yep, and this last one is here. You can see how tall we're getting over on the edge here. Luckily, we won't have any. We're not going to have any issues with the dispatchers, though. They'll be fine. Okay, those are all placed. I need the dispatchers to be at least on the same height here. So if this is here, the storage, let's put the storage up too. That's gonna impact the decision there as well. I think I want the initial. Do we put the input close to that side? I think, yeah. Okay. So I only need 2 blocks really to support this. So if I do. Find out if. I might have to go 1 more block forward. Too high. Okay. Actually, that's perfect. That's where I want it. And then the second one will be offset to here, because that's where that's going to be. Okay. Gotcha. It looks like it'll be the same thing here again every 5 blocks. So let's get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I'm not doing that right. It should be lining up with that each time. Oops, yeah, that's way off. PC is running amazing. The only issue I'm having is all of my Bluetooth devices were apparently attached to my old motherboard. So now they can't connect, and I can't remove, and I can't do anything. They're just kind of stuck there. So I'm working through the process of that. There's all these different ways to try to force the computer to forget them, but to say it's annoying is an understatement. Right? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so I was messing with it for about an hour and a half before the stream. I had to give up to get ready. But yeah, it's definitely something I hope to be able to figure out. Oh, here, this height. I might call the guys over that were helping with the computer, and they should have some idea on how to manage that. I just don't want them to tell me I got to bring it all the way back again, because that thing is heavy. I should not be carrying things that way that much, especially down a flight of stairs. That's not good for nobody. ready to start running the wires or connecting everything. Aw. I was gonna click one. It's like when you watch The Price is Right, and they spin the big wheel, and right before, it's about to stop on the big money, and then it just clicks one more over. That's what it feels like. Okay, why did I put you guys there? That's very weird. All right. Okay. These ones I'm going to do the whole row because there's legitimate muscle memory here for these. Oh, that's right. That's input. Input ends there. Output has to go that last block. I don't have to actually program till we're all done. So I'm just going to have everything run, and then we'll do the next layer, everything run, and then do the final layer. And then we'll start going through layer by layer programming them. Because, let's see. 115 divided by 12. I basically need almost 10 of these rows. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and a half. Yeah. So the majority of this is going to be titanium top and bottom. And then I think the calcium and the wolfram are both about the same number. I probably should also, in the area, set up the pyroforge. I think that would just knock out all the smelting. That way we can immediately move on to fabricators. And we've already did the refinery, so that's taken care of as well. We did those on the spot. Yeah, so I said this was going to be a big project. I love the way these look, especially once we get all 3 layers up. It's so cool. And I may choose to just leave power off all the way until the end and just have this thing all start running at once. I always think that's kind of a cool, that moment when you turn everything on. Of course, that's usually the moment that I see the bugs that I gotta fix, and then I go running around trying to find out what I did wrong and why this didn't, it's not performing like it's supposed to. But sometimes it actually works out perfectly, and it's just a really cool sight. And again, this is going to be 3 layers high. So this is layer 1 of 3. But the painstaking what we were doing before with the floors and everything, that's done. This is pretty easy now. It's weird. I get like a delayed on one of them. I don't know which. I have both Twitch dashboard up, and then I have another one because sometimes the Twitch dashboard didn't give me the notifications. So I don't know which one's the delayed one, but I think it's one of them is letting me know as it happens, and the other one takes its time. The cool thing though is at least I know the alerts are working. Hey, Zeus came in strong today with the membership. or the subscription. Why can't they call them the same thing? But yeah, with the Twitch subscription, which was very much appreciated. And it actually worked like it was supposed to and gave all the notifications and stuff. Almost done with the first layer. Like this, I got to do the. I guess still got to do the outputs. I think that's also part of it. I guess I'm not getting the announcements aren't showing up. Oh, that's cool. I don't want them to show up on those other chat. Makes it easier for me to see when the actual chat. I was kind of surprised because when I picked it up yesterday, I was asking them, telling them like, I was trying to get it as early as I could because I was gonna have to, transfer all the things over and all that stuff, and they're like, no, it's already done. I wasn't sure what they meant by that, but literally my old drive is wiped clean. Everything got moved over to what the new C drive was. All the programs immediately knew where everything was, and it was like, I don't know. I had expected things to be a little more complicated, and they just ended up not being, other than the Bluetooth. And we'll see. The frustrating part is the Galaxy earbuds are nice, and I'm kind of, that sucks that I don't have that right now, because they're probably the most comfortable in earbuds I have.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare
Here we
for
go.
the
I just realized you missed a line at the end of the first one. Yeah, I think I just caught that one. I don't know how far back you are. But I also realized I'm doing the weird thing, but I don't think I need to. But I'll check. Once the rupture's done, I'll go back and look. Because I think I can just make the turn into there and then out. Usually it's when I have stuff coming from multiple levels that I can't do that. But I think in this one I can. Out of curiosity, those ad break things, is it actually accurately predicting when an ad is coming? I just copied a bunch of scripts things for the streamer bot to kind of announce things, and that was one of the things that added in. I changed the message too. I thought it was so stupid. Like it's like subscribe to be able to skip them. I'm like, that just felt dirty to me. So I changed the wording on that one. But I'm just curious, is it accurate? Like when it says there's an ad, is there really an ad, or is it off? Because if it's off, I'll just disable it altogether. How much stuff do I have? Okay, I still am good on supplies. Should probably do some eating. So when it says it, okay, awesome. That's good, because then it helps me too to know that there's an ad, and then I can. So if it's just something big happening, I can take a break on it. Cool. Just glad I didn't have to figure out how to do it myself. Is the I made one which could board a sub to get rid of them. Oh man, I'm sorry, man. Do you have Amazon Prime? I know they got that thing. I mean, I'm not asking for for the sub, but I'm just saying if that's it, I think the easiest way I know of.
head to safety.
And then to not have to pay. It's like a freebie. Put something in today, and I don't know. I haven't seen it. Have you seen like an update? I do have Amazon Prime. Okay, no, that's worried. Trust me. I'm not begging nobody for nothing. I'm not about that life. I put something else in today about the commands. Is that one actually showing up? It's under actions and queues. Paying for my sub. Yep, nice. That's awesome. Let someone else pay for that. It's enabled. Are you so? Is it given the message about how to like the different channel commands that are in there now? Let me try. Let me try this, see what happens. Oh, cool. It does work. I don't know. I've never used those kind of things, but I guess that some people do like that stuff. Okay, wait for the heat to go away. Again, it's like a bunch of scripts that I got from. I think it's like the Nutty. He does a lot of like things on like how to use different tools for streaming and stuff. Which trust me, I need all the help I can get. All the help I can get. Okay, I think
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
should probably get up there. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea. See if I can stick you here. That's probably a good spot to get up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to add more of the things that are the things. I wish I could get some cool, unique emotes. That's somewhere down the road. I'm looking at that too. Okay, where did I get to? Got to here. And that's right, we were coming over here to fix this one. And that's when I realized that I didn't have to go backwards. I could just take that straight in from the side, and it might look better. Let's give that a shot. Ish. I mean, I guess it's better than that. So maybe. I don't know. I want my 90 degrees. Give me my 90-degree angles. Make it so I don't have to like strategically place things to try to get as close as I can to it. Another thing I noticed, I haven't heard it, they've been radio silent as far as the next update, like time-wise and even in general what it is that it's going to be about. Curious. I see both streams up. You're on the Twitch, right? Yeah. I'm seeing it still up on my side. I'll wait and see if anybody else is having any issue. Well, yeah, because I'm doing the one that's on my channel. I also haven't seen this. Is chat showing up on screen too? These are all the things that used to work, but now I got to try to figure out and make sure that they're all still working. So I think I'd finally got it working, so like both YouTube and Twitch were showing up, so you could see what the people were saying on the other platforms. It's weird. Twitch won't load. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because like this is just me up on my channel just so I can, my little, I hear you Twitch has so that's that. But yeah, you can see everything over here. So it seems like it's good. I don't know. Twitch has issues just a lot of times too. Auto save. Yeah. Weird. Yeah, because it always makes you nervous too if there's something going on. I think it's one of the other reasons why I like to have that other screen up, because then I can see at least what's going on or not going on. And where's my... I had my docs stats. Oh, that's right. I put it down there, didn't I? Now I remember where I put it. So I can at least look at this to make sure that I'm not having any issues. That's not the right one. Oh, there's two stats. That's the one I'm looking for. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think I'm doing any drop frames or anything. Meh. I must go fix my drink. Someone drank it again. Nice. I wonder who that could be. Do you find he is often stealing your drinks? Okay. And there you go. Oh no, this is definitely a pleasing lineup the way it is now. I would prefer nice crisp 90s here, or ish, but still all right. There we go. I said this is going to be a decently long process, but again, I'm trying to do everything in order. That way I have everything that I need from start to finish. All the crazy amounts of bars, blocks, and ingots, they'll all be sitting there, so as I need them in each one of the builds, I'll just be able to grab them. I think most of the titanium is going to get used in the V2 fabricator. Things like the rods and the sheets. And tubes? I think tubes might have them too. But it's going to be interesting because those ones, because of how much and how many I'm making, I'm going to have to really figure out how to do this cleanly, because we're going to have so many receivers coming in and dispatchers waiting on the other side, and it's going to be a little crowded, so I may not be able to put them as neatly tileable as I would like. Oh, well, the beams are Fabricator V1. Yeah, but you're right. Beams as well. How many beams am I needing? 24 Fabricator V1s for 1,440 beams. Okay, that's significant. I think probably half of those, or at least over half of those, are going to housing. Would have been nice if they had given us a nice V2 beam recipe as well. It's like there's always one critical component that you need a lot of that they didn't give you the fancy recipe, like stabilizers. Absolute bane of our existence. Oh yeah, and then to reinforce end frames. Yep. Okay. This is our next floor, so let's go ahead and think I did something. It still works. I just put the this layer on the outside as opposed to the inside. So it seems a little different. Okay, good. Okay. So I'm going to get this layer in, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to do the next one because it's got to go up like 3 high to be our final layer. So we'll try to get all these posts in one shot. But at least with these, I got the luxury of sharing one set of supports between, one and the next one. Trying to decide which one feels like it's faster. Fast is the way to make mistakes. Slow and steady wins the race. Uh-oh. Okay, why do you not want to go on there? Something's up with that block. Is that glitch again? Really not a fan of that. I don't know if it's a specific to the supported platforms, or if it's actually the ones where it's like the platform placed on top of a pillar. So it's this again. The fact that you have to be aiming at the pillar to be able to make it go up. It's just, I really hope that gets fixed, because it is beyond annoying. But this inside row, I'm not going to have to do anything else with after this. This is the last time I'm going to do anything with this row, because the final floor will be coming off the 2 outside ones. And as far as the dispatchers, I'm going to be... That happens from behind. Just back a couple blocks and then shift it over 1. And it gives us a nice layered terrace look kind of thing. Technically, I have to put in twice as many pillars to do it this way. Because if I was just going like with the 2 high, I would just literally put them on the 2 outside edges and that would be it. But again, I think it's better for us to use the more compact height line kind of thing. It doesn't affect the throughput, it just looks better. Those are there. Okay, and we'll never have to do this again on this group. I just got to go back and do this one more time on the outside blocks now. Okay, so that's a half and a full. Yep, so it's going to be 3 high in each of these, or 3 higher. Sometimes that weird glitch works if you're directly above it, so I don't know if it's... We'll try. I really don't want to have to go down and go under again. Nope, you're not needed there. And technically, I could go over to that middle and run it all the way across, which would make it easier when placing the rails, and it would also make it easier to run through. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it on this next height. Definitely helps with programming too, because you're not constantly fighting the danger of falling through into the bottom. Again, I think this was like 192 furnaces we're going to fit in here. If I remember what the math was. But I believe it's 192. Which means I need at least a couple more lines of these to get all of this done. And we still got to do all of the pyro forges, which that's going to be a heat job of its own. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll see how that one works out. I have a feeling I'm going to have to do the tower of coolers. Everyone understand that Fallen doesn't do anything simpler. Well, Chew, what the hell? I haven't seen you in forever. How are you doing, brother? Yeah, no, they already know that. Trust me. Every time I say I'm going to do a small little project here, they laugh and they get sarcastic, and then of course it definitely ends up slightly big and giant. How have you been though, Shoe Man? How are you? Old grandpa. Are you going to jump on Undead Legacy when that comes out? I know Ren's been waiting for that to get. He won't do another server until that comes out. And it looks like it may finally be crossing that finish line. Good, busy with work, grandkids and work. You still traveling a lot? I know they had you running around to all the stores. Yeah. Well, dude, you should see some of the changes that he has been working with. It is like a whole different game. They ever send you up to the Northwest? Like up the Seattle way? You're scared. Dude, like the skill tree and just it's the power. Like he fixed power. Like everything that was wrong with power, it's done. Like you can run things any which way you want, multiple parents, multiple children, all kinds of different ways of measuring how much you are, a whole lot of different levels of power, like different versions of like this of that stuff. Spokane, I mean that's a bit of a drive because that's all the way on the eastern side, but yeah. If you ever make it out here though, let me know. We'll definitely have to hook up and yeah, hang out. Like that would be cool. Flying to see. Okay, yeah, that's true. On your job, like like they pay you or you paying on your own. Man, you missed it. This has been an eventful last couple of weeks, man. My computer died on me, and then just a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, that's nice. See, that's the way to do it. What was that movie with George Clooney where he ended up getting that magic frequent flyer club because he never spent his points on it or something? Yeah, well, it cost me about $1,000 to fix it. It ended up being the motherboard. So I had the Intel, ninth generation fiasco that kept overheating, and apparently it messed up the motherboard. I didn't know that, so I've had no idea that probably for like the last year the performance of my computer has been terrible. Like, it works, but like, not like a 4090 should work. That's kind of, that's a little, yeah. Like this game, this is my 7th restart. I've been streaming this since January, and I kept restarting because I kept hitting like these lag walls where it just got unplayable, and yeah, it was my computer. Yeah, but I went to the dark side. I went red, so I basically just bought a new motherboard but a new CPU. So instead of the Intel, I'm rocking the Ryzen now. Yeah, today is the first day I've been on this one. It's funny, I had my old computer from about 4 years ago. It had a 3080 on it. I mean, it wasn't terrible. But I spent like a day rushing to get all my software and everything on it, and then it blew me away when it ran this game better than mine. Yeah, to the dark side. Sean was trying to convince me to get rid of my 4090 and buy a whole brand new video card too. He is 100% red. I don't know. I'm still, yeah, I know that they're better now, but I mean, the 4090 is still going to be good for a little bit. It's such a beast, and it's not dependent on manufactured frames either. So, autosave. Yeah. So we'll see. I'm having a good time here. It works. It works like it's supposed to. It's buttery smooth. That means I can build even crazier stuff now and not have to worry about it. Yeah. So what have you been playing lately? Or are you just kind of like when you get home just busy with the kids, hot tubbing with the wife? I that's one thing I wish I had was a hot tub, man. I probably wouldn't use it as much as I think I would. It would still be nice. Oh no! Was it was it an AIO or you actually ran pipes? Because I was gonna run pipes on this computer. When I was building it, my buddy was gonna help me, but he just kind of fell through, flaked out. So I ended up just going with an AIO on it. But the the 4090 is also water cooled too. So both my CPU and my video card are water cooled. Yeah, and that's what broke. Oh, that sucks. Did anything get damaged, or were you lucky? That water. My CPAP just fell down a couple nights ago, upside down. A little bit of water leaked, and now it won't turn on. It was good? Okay, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, this is... I got... Oh, you want to see something scary? Want to see something scary there, Shu? This is what I built over the last 3 months. An interactive plan builder for my factories. All the kind of formulas and conditional formatted and everything in her. So I was able to... It was a pain, but it's the only thing that made sense in my head. Replace the whole system? Of course. I mean, yeah, if you can, why not? I think I'm almost done with putting in the pillars. I think I'll throw in the caps on the second floor. We're going to go ahead and run that. Want to at least get all the connections done. I'm still not going to program until we get to the end. So I still got to figure out exactly how many of these are going for titanium, how many are for wolfram. But this is as high as these are going, so I can now cap everything. You're not high enough. Something's up. Fall will be scary for me both. Oh, dude, my oldest graduated this year. How's that for scary? And he's moving in with me too. His mom has a new daughter, and she really didn't have, like, you know, so he's gonna move in with me. Gets a year to go to college or figure something out before he has to start paying money. Okay. I forgot that this end here had some weird stuff. Worried that I messed it up at first, but I didn't. It was alternating. I did this first one starting at a lower position. I was hoping I could run it on this level here so I could go 4 high. But because of the crevice that we got here, it wasn't gonna let me do it. I can go 3 high, can't go 4 high, which sucks because 4 high would be really nice. Okay, so I need to undo all of these down by 1. And okay, no worries. Man, good to see you again, though, bud. For some reason, I got all backwards on this one. This is the second floor, and I gotta raise up the middle. Right, there we go. Okay. Yeah, she was one of my really good old friends from back on the Burpcraft server when we play over there. We started playing together, all of us, I think around 12, 13 years ago on the server, so cool dude. Very cool. We always, I don't know if I mentioned it before, he's the reason we had the shoe chests. Things would just, you know, start showing up in odd places and stuff, you know, that didn't fit the organization, so we would just stick a chest out and call it the shoe chest for him to dump stuff in. And the funny part was, when I was playing with Ren and his buddy from work on the Greg Tech New Horizons, I was the one that just kept throwing stuff everywhere. Because that game, like, the amount of stuff that, like, there's too much stuff. There's too many things and powders, and so trying to figure out where they put stuff wasn't easy. Okay, now I can start putting stuff in. 300. Nice. 300. 300. What's 300? I'm trying to figure that one out. Sorry. It's just always, yeah, like, and I just trying to find where to put stuff. I just couldn't. It was too much. Oh, dang nabbit. I was right. You see, I get on one of those those rolls, and this was that nostalgia roll. And I start placing things wrong. Oh well, I figured it out quick enough. So I think I was right that first time. I keep forgetting, though, that it's only a block and a half difference. So I'm expecting it to be a lot higher. And I ended up going a full block too high on these ones. Or did I? You guys go here. Outside goes up. I think. Now I'm second guessing myself. Yeah, this is... Okay, I gotta take out of this whole middle side. And the outsides go taller. It just looks like it needs to go more because it kind of clips into the antennas. And this game is so wonky when it comes to clipping. Just seems to... And the funny part, too, is you have to go round first. So I can do this at this level. But if I put... like the one in the top and then I deleted the one in the bottom to readjust it, I wouldn't be able to place the one in the bottom because at that point it would say that it's clipping and not let you. So it's like you got, especially with the dispatchers over there, like you have to start at the bottom and work your way up. But at least they let you clip it that way. I don't know how you would do it if it didn't. Okay. And then it just needs to go up to there. Lock the height. That should be good here. Okay. I thought I had it, and I think I did. I think I was just one block too high on these ones, because I think originally I had the outside was the higher number. And then those don't go anywhere else, so I just got to cap these. All right, now I can place, because this will be the top layer. And I put in some extra platforms, but that won't matter. I want to get these hooked up. I want to get everything programmed. I want to see it actually run tonight. You... See, I didn't need to put you there. I just needed another rail. Need to have a talk with Twitch that you aren't running Intel anymore and they should remove the Intel ads. Are you serious? Dude, the amount of stuff that that AI picks up on your computer or like on your phone and stuff like that, like, and you know it is because you'll sit there having a conversation with someone, you know, about something random, and then all of a sudden all of the ads you start getting are for that exact specific item that you were talking about. And you're like, okay, yeah. I don't think I needed that outside one. I swear I'm a professional. I'm gonna get this right. Okay, because you are connecting to there. Okay, you guys, okay, I just need to stop putting that there. All right. I need to place the second, I need to place the second one so I stop second guessing myself. Some people have reported thinking about something and never talking about it out loud, and they also get asked, "What? You get that mind reading garbage out of here." AI already scares me enough. Jeez. It's like I go to my buddy Chris's house, and everything in their house is all smart this and smart that, and they're just going to be like, Alexa, turn the TV on, Alexa, dim the light in, you know, the nursery, Alexa, you know, and everything. And I'm just like, I don't know that I could do that. I think I am much too terrified of giving AI that much control in my house. I mean, it might be me being silly. I don't know. The only thing that I have is I got the Ring doorbell. And that's just because I'm usually up here and I'm not going to hear somebody coming in. So that just makes sense for me to have something like that to... I'll probably should give myself a break. I might have to add more in. But yeah, just so I can, answer to it and not have to go downstairs. That's about as far as I go, though. I'm just... I'm not conspiracy theory kind of guy, but I definitely just... I think there's a little too much access that some of these computers are getting these days. I have a Google Nest speaker in the kitchen, but whole job is to play music in a kitchen time when I'm cooking. Yeah. I think possibly another thing I would maybe consider is those like digital picture frames, that you can hook up to like your pictures. But again, that's giving another program a lot of control or a lot of access. I guess I'm getting old. The technology that watching my kids and what they do with technology now, and it blows you away how easy that they just adapt to the new things, just because for them it's just always been. Whereas I remember getting my first cell phone and everybody was freaking out because I was one of the first people to buy one because I little disposable income. Not the big blocks, the Nokia. Remember those original Nokias that were just like a Raspberry Pi. Yeah. Yep. I think my buddy Ren has like probably 2 or 3 of those. That's up his neck of the woods. He's got like, when I say I have disposable income, I got nothing on him. But I mean, that's what happens when you spend, 10, 15 years working at one company, working your way up. Oh, missed a spot there. Cool. Alright. Everything is in pillar-wise. I'm just going to put in these platforms for the second floor so I can throw in the smelters. I want to, again, I think this time I probably am going to run the blocks in between just to make it easier placing the support pillars, because it's just when it's in the middle of nowhere, it's just so easy for it to try to drop and go low. The game's not super intuitive sometimes, and when going where you try to place it. So anything I can do to try to make that work a little better, I definitely am. Okay, now I'm curious to see how this works out with the buffer, the storage buffer we have at the end. This isn't going to reach it. But again, I'm thinking if I put, instead of here, I put it on this side, I should be able to alternate it all the way up. And then again, each one is going to have that little bit of buffer. So when I start doing a call for it for something down the road, I'm never going to have to wait for to fire up, start smelting, and send everything. It'll have at least 2 full sends pretty much kind of in reserve waiting to go while it's being filled. So that's kind of how I did this. There was a whole theory that I had, I called it like the snowball effect, sort of like in Rust, when you go out there and you start, getting a couple guns and then you get more guns. So I called it, because what I would do is everything, besides put this back. Oh, please tell me I didn't put these all backwards. Please tell me I didn't. I didn't. Okay. I was just about to. Okay. But everything I did, every place I built, I put on outputs, and I put on version 2 storage, so it was like storing up a whole bunch, and I had on the output of one and then at the input of where it went next, and the whole plan was I was just going to be sending everything forward, so when I got to the end, I'd have all these resources. It might have worked now if I tried it with this computer, maybe, the way I might set it right now, but I had so much stuff, and it was all, it was on Rails too, because that was back when they were saying that dispatchers and receivers were like a major cause of lag, and so I was running everything on Rails, and that's when I had to run 9 full 5-wide rails all the way across half the map. I will never, ever, ever do that again. I did it like off camera, like, while I was sitting around watching other stuff on YouTube, but that still took me hours, like legitimate hours. All right, so the way this works here Fun sarcasm. Yeah. Alright, so the way I would normally do this, and it sucks that I'm already starting so high. X. So I don't want to place it underneath it. I'm going to place it one block out. And then I basically cover the 2 blocks on which side I'm going. So because we started off here, we're following that left rail. I got to take them over here on this next one. So I got to get the proper height here. And then I take it back 2 blocks this way. The next one is going to go 2 blocks this way. So back and forth. So it's going to be our 1, 2, 3. And then we just do that all the way across. And then you just have to keep adding an extra. It's only one. I don't know that I can do it in a half. I've never tried that before. I probably should. If I want it to match up with the height of the floor there, I probably should. Alright, let me see how this works. I know one pillar works. Oh, I'm actually adding a pillar. Never mind. This is definitely going to work because I'm making it... I'm matching the height. And usually the dispatchers are like a little bit lower. So this would be the first time that I'm actually trying to keep them parallel with that second floor there. So basically what that happens now is you take the 2 middle blocks, but one up from the far back. So just like this. And then if you raise this up here and it gets up, it'll actually position in place right here. Lock that there. And now you kind of see over here, it's directly across the way. We're going to take this and we're going to move it 50 because these are too tall to fit underneath, so I couldn't place them over there, but I can alternate them this way. And then what I'll do here on the input side is I'm going to run it across, but I'm going to actually run the inputs on the left side, outputs on the right. That way I can flip around to this just like before, and this goes straight into there without any issues getting into there. And then the last one will come back over here and it'll be lined up with there. Okay, let's get all these in. A lot of these builds, it's the setup, and you have to have patience. One of those things that like I said, we'd play Minecraft and I could spend 8 hours in a mine just doing the same thing, breaking rocks. And I was completely content to do it. In my mind, it was relaxing. It's something I enjoyed. So true, yeah. Now, you were the one that always loved to build those underground mines where you would kind of very, what's the word I'm looking for? Symmetrical. Lots of stairs going in and out. I'm not allowed to have patience. I'm not a doctor. All right, yeah. If there's one thing the Navy taught me, it's patience. I didn't have much of a choice. There's a saying in the Navy that is about the truest thing you'll ever hear, and it's called hurry up and wait. I should see your latest build. Are you playing Minecraft then? Are you on a server, or are you just doing it on your single player? I keep telling everybody too, I'm trying to decide a server. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got to figure out what game I want to do, but I think I need to get myself a community server. All the mods tend to the sky. Oh, you know what Ren's playing right now, right? With his buddy from work. And I played with them for a little bit, and guess what I did? I did bees. Because that was the only thing I knew how to do. They're playing Greg Tech New Horizons. The most ridiculously hard thing. Well, Navarine can tell you exactly, because he's doing the same thing, and he's hating himself just as much. Dude, it's not just Greg Tech. It's Greg Tech New Horizons. It's like Greg Tech on crack. Yeah, it's just. I was playing with them for a while. Like I said, I was doing bees. You know, big surprise, right? I think that was. Remember when I did the what did I call that bee series that I did? Bee Master, or I don't remember. So yeah, I was basically doing bees while they were over making clean rooms and splitting atoms and whatever else that mod has them do. They had to make a friggin' clean room just to do like science to get to like basic metals. It blows me away how in depth that pack is, and it's meant to take over a year of consistent playing to be able to get to the end. Like there's no shortcutting or rushing that one. It's like buckle up and get ready to play forever. And they're playing at least as a pair. And Averine, you're singling it, right? I say I can't imagine, but then I sit here and do stuff like this too. But like I said, this for me, this is relaxing. Sent you a link to the server website. You can see on the map. Okay, nice. Is it one of your streamer friends? I know you were always very into that. I'm planning on a server. Okay, so you're not on your own. Okay. Like you have to really hate yourself to play that one single player, I'd imagine. Although I do see like videos of people like on YouTube's where they're definitely doing it on their own. Ugh. And even the bees got crazy, like the multi-block bee things towards the end, and all the like the blood magic or whatever. I don't remember which magic mod that you needed to get the best not screens, but yeah, I don't know. I had fun, but it was just me sitting out in the boondocks, putting bees in, waiting for them, trying to crossbreed and local server in your house. Okay, nice. Like I said, our buddy Ren, he whenever we needed a server, he usually hosted him on just out of his own house, which is always cool. Half the time he just wiped whatever the last thing we were playing and then put it on that one. What is the last thing we played together, Shu? I'm trying to think, because it has been a while. Were you on that what? Did you come play with us on that Minecraft when they did the deep and that first came out? Because I know we did like a cavern server build. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Every now and then I see stuff on YouTube about like these. Okay, I said I was gonna do this and I'm gonna do this. They always bring back memories, and then like Ren deciding to go back and play better than Wolves or whatever the newest version that copied it. Talk about another mod where you pretty much hate yourself. Any pack that yes, oh no, exactly. In some games, I'm good with the sandbox. In other games, I like to have a goal or a mission. Something that that focuses me at least, so I know where I'm what I'm doing. Especially if it's mods I don't know, which half the time those ones are. Especially when you have to pick between 5 different storage mods. Yeah. Oh yeah. And you said you're doing all the mods, so yeah. And you're doing To the Sky, right? So you're doing the Skyblock one. I think me and Ren did that for a while too. We were playing that one. JC, dude, thank you again, man. Thank you again for all those gifted memberships, man. I appreciate that. It's 3 days in a row, bud. You are a true legend, man. Thank you. There it is. Like I said, I know I had him working finally. No, man, you are a legend. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. How did I miss this one? It's annoying to put these middle ones in, but it's going to pay off. Have you started playing this yet, JC? Like, that was the first night you came in. It was all about, like you gave me the membership as a finder fee. Have you played it yet? I multi-stream. I'm on YouTube as well. And actually, that was kind of one of the because I make daily 7 Days to Die videos, And I started streaming on Twitch. I made affiliate and everything, but I was interested in playing on YouTube because I have a lot of people that they don't do Twitch. So I started doing that, and like the YouTube side just kind of blew up. So I've been enjoying having the both of them. I keep trying to figure out today's I'm on my new computer, so I'll figure out why it's not put, because usually it's supposed to put chat up on the screen so you can see both the YouTube can see Twitch and Twitch can see YouTube. Yeah, but I prefer Twitch chat. Dude, I know. And there's so many more tools that are available for Twitch. And that's just because I think Twitch just gives that, they give you more of that ability. YouTube is still kind of late to the, latecomers, but they're getting there. I'm trying to, like I said, I'm looking at doing like a redesign on the, on both pages and trying to get some better artwork and transitions and things. So I don't know when I'm going to do it, but yeah, it's something I'm definitely looking at. Trying to get, I got the generic, not memes or gifs, but the little, yeah. I'd like to get ones that are actually more, to my personality instead of just random. Good thing I'm following you as well. Yep. Remember when that was like a crazy thing? Like when you did that, you had to... that's why I did this, isn't it? Okay. I remember now. I could go out another block, and then that would allow me to fit you in, and I think we're close enough. Oh, I'm overheating again. Let me throw some more of these down. Which one is overheating? I got them overlapped so they can kind of share on the heat, so I'm not having everything on one spot. Oh, you're almost overheated. That's what it is. And if I place another one of those blocks, it's going to overheat. All right, let me just throw this down here. Get a couple of these things just to kind of... I knew it was going to get hot. And I still have a whole nother layer to put in here yet. Maybe I should do this. Give myself the ability to stack them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think I need to go more than 3 wide. Can I make this one fit here? Okay, good. There we go. And we'll do the same thing over here. 1, 2, 3. Oop, I didn't mean to do that one at that height, but whatever. Yeah, might as well get these in while I'm thinking about it. All right, I need to get you down 3. Okay, there we go. And fix you. Chew, you understand how the old I can live with that, I can live with that, and then 5 minutes later you're tearing everything down. It's gotten worse for me. I don't know that I'm on Ren's level yet, but I'm not far behind. Yeah. And I'm retired, if you can't tell. The beard. What do you... You didn't mention the beard yet. I'm curious about your thoughts on that. It's about a year-long beard. There we go. Okay. Put in one more layer. And then if I need more, I can add a 3rd and a 4th. Offsetting these and only going 1.5 blocks gives me a ton more capability of adding. We all have the issue. I think it looks fine. Yeah. Yeah, I before I retired and went through, I was doing all the stuff and trying to make sure. So I finally let them test me, and I got officially diagnosed with some things. So I finally get some medications and some things. So life is a lot easier when you're not on a yo-yo. I'll put it that way. That was rough before the medication, I'll admit that. But you know what they say, just knowing makes things easier. That way you can kind of... Reaction is always worst. Okay, so I think if I take this out again, 1 more block, And I'm only going to be right next to the dispatcher on that first floor here. So after that, I should be... I think I'm going to take this out 2 blocks because that'll also make this easier for me to place the storage buffer. And then once we get up to the 2nd and 3rd level, I'll have plenty of space, so I'm not too concerned. I have to be able to place the output rail here, and I might as well do it up here too. And the that wasn't giving me that capability. Also, luckily for this, the way we're making this here is sometimes I have to take like the 2nd floor and bring it down, so it limits my ability to kind of extend these sort of platforms. But each one of these is, and it's nice that it's fitting in. Everything's coming in straight, so we got nice clean lines capable here. Now I just got to make sure that this works. I think I'm going to actually have to get rid of part of this. I think that for this to work, because I'm offsetting it 1, but it's still too tall. Let me get down here and race across here. Yeah, it's one of the problems with this is they unfortunately, there's no zoop delete function. You can't mass delete, so you literally have to individually delete. Oh, no. How close am I on the out? No, I'm on the wrong side. Okay, we'll have to finish that after the rupture. So, on this build here, so I'm basically at the end. This is like the final base our final set of things that I'm making. So these are all the end game items, and to make those needed all these items. And so we spent probably the last 4 or 5 days going through and getting all the ores, because I ended up like 10,000. So I forget how many different nodes that were, 5,000, 4,000, getting all the ores so I can actually start off, smelt everything, send it off to different dispatchers, pick it up elsewhere. So the end of this is a grind that's on par with like some of the mods that you play on 7 day, or not 7 days, but Minecraft. So I'm trying to set a foundation and then work my way up. So each thing I do is going to build into the next one, but knowing exactly how much of everything I need, I should only have to build each one of these sections 1 time, and then I won't have to go back. And then I just kind of keep moving up. It's just, I have to make 145 fabricators, or no, 138 fabricators for stabilizers alone. I'm sorry, 238. And they're about the size of the smelters we're doing. I have 192, so I have to like add another 5 or 6 rows, and that's what the fabricators for just 1 item are going to be for this endgame factory. Jump and shower, head to bed, head home from work trip. Hey, no worries. Hey, appreciate you coming by. Come by, hang out. Don't be a stranger, man. Yep, you too. Have a great night. Moving on up to the east. Pop in more often. Awesome. Appreciate it. Moving on up to the east. Trying to talk about where I'm going to build next, or for when I do the fabricators, or appreciate it, man. Thank you. Moving on up to the east. Makes me think of the Jeffersons. To the east side. Yet another pop culture reference that only those of us at this seasoning will actually remember. God, I really wish there was a way to avoid these ruptures more. Yep, East Side Jeffersons. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that is okay. So we were both on the same wavelength there. What'd you talking about, Willis? No, that was Different Strokes. What did Webster say? Because those were all like 3 shows back then. So you had Webster and Different Strokes and the Jeffersons, and what was the one with the junkyard? And there was My cup of tea back then though was usually the the different strokes where you'd be like, "What you talking about, Willis?" Because the Cosby Show, um, I don't think they ever had a young kid. I think Theo was probably the youngest of the boys. I think the younger one was a girl, if I remember right. Oh, and what was the one with Bob Uecker?
Returning to normal.
Oh, Cosby. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Who's the Boss was like one of my favorites because I had the biggest crush on her when I was a kid. Oh man. Was it Silver Spoons? Remember that one? I forget what the kid's name is, but I remember that one. They think they made a movie out of it with Macaulay Culkin or something at one point too. Trying to play on that nostalgia. Okay, back up here. Let's head back over. Where was I? Oh, I was still finishing deleting this part. Yeah. What was the one with Michael J. Fox? Was that Family Ties? I think that was Family Ties. Okay. Let us now. So what I need to do is I just needed to move this over one closer. So let's get it to the same height. Alright, lock the height. What did you do? Why did you go there? Why would you do that to me? Okay. I don't like that it's I'm seeing the border of the core. Makes it harder to follow the lines to make sure I'm lined up. But at least I know I'm on the very corner of the dispatcher here, so that at least I have that. Okay. Now then I should be able to run these over to here. Okay, and then I can still run the output to there. Okay, that works. This works. This works. And I'm putting this on the edge of you. Okay, I still need to reconnect the output to the storage to the dispatcher. Back from ads? And I really wish there was a way to disable those. I don't think I make anything off of those, so that's the part that's frustrating. You know, it's like they force you to play them, and they try to force you to play a lot of them. Like, the 3 minutes that I have it set at is like the minimum I can set before they force 3 minutes of pre-roll ads. And I'm like, who on earth would want to force people on their channel to sit through 3 minutes of ads before they can even get to the stream? Like, yeah. How did you? Did I don't know. This is why I don't like running things once I got something above it, because it's so cramped. So I have to kind of work my way around it. But I did need to move this. I'd forgotten, like, I was able to offset these, but I'd forgot that I also had to make room for the output, because I still had to catch it from here before it went into the storages to combine. Not a big deal. Just cramped in tight quarters. So, have you guys heard anything about The Expanse? Because it sounds like more and more people are getting excited about it. And I always get nervous when there's a game I'm looking forward to and it starts to get really hyped up, because then that's always the game that ends up disappointing. Because like the two games, because I love Mass Effect. That's by far one of my favorite. And it's funny too, because I came late to that. I didn't even discover the series until the that special edition that gave you all three of them. Yeah, the Expanse game, which is supposed to be set in the universe at a similar time to the events of the show. It just it doesn't directly tie into any characters of the show other than like your generic type of characters, I guess. I think right now there's like if you pre-order or something like that, there's like a beta that I don't know if it's like a short-term beta or if it's almost like an early access where if you have it, you have it. I always keep seeing the ads for it, and it's like I'm tempted, but I'm back in that same boat where it's like I barely have time enough to play anything else right now. I don't think I would have time enough to, fit something like that unless I streamed it. Oh, dude, the best part about 3, and I'm not giving away anything over there, is the DLC. There's like a specific DLC it's basically fan service. And you definitely want to play that before you do the final mission. And I'll leave it at that. Like, just say it's very fan service. It's pretty obvious which one it is if you're looking at the different DLCs. Man, they did such a good job of just kind of tying things up, relationships and whatnot. Yeah, it is such a good game. Oh, okay, so you're just kind of playing it again then. Gotcha. Did they have the DLC back then? Because I know I always feel bad when I get to play a game that already has all the DLC and story out, and to think that there were people that had to wait years to get continuations. That. Oh, dude, you're gonna love that. Like, it's all sent. What do they call that big place that they are? That like the story, that big giant place, the big giant thing where everybody lives or whatever. It's all based in there, but again, it's all the characters. All the characters are come back, and it's like they all have their own little storylines that you get to follow through and kind of complete their character arc as a story before you go into the final mission. It's just really good. Yeah, the Citadel. It was just really well done. And it wasn't just that. Like, there's a story in there. There's mission stuff. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. But at the same time, again, it gives you that moment with all the different characters, and of course, whatever romantic character you romance, little something specific and special for that character as well. Yeah, I've considered going back and playing again. I always remember the mining in the first game compared to like the second and the third game. Going down to the planet on that weird little Land Rover thing and running all over it. That definitely evolved over time. I will give it that. And the opening scene for 3, damn, that was crazy. I lost one of my main characters in this. Oh no, that sucks. I remember that was always the big thing at the end of one, the suicide mission, and and whether or not you picked the right jobs for everybody. Or the one where you had to pick between one character and another, whichever one you picked, the other one got toasted. Yeah. It was a good game, and I loved the fact that you could, play it good or play it bad, and, the game actually tolerated the bad. I was kind of surprised sometimes at how rude Commander Shepard would get, and people would still be cool with him and still call him a hero. I think, though, I always preferred the female Shep. She just... something about her, like her playing the story, I just always... It made it more unusual, too, because not only was it the first human to be a Spectre, it's like, throw in a couple other things, and those iterations were cool. Fem Shep all the way? Yeah. Awesome. Yep. Same. And her voice actress was awesome. I really like that. I love that voice actress. And I like the way that they combine the different types of fighting. The Psy type stuff and the ranged, or the the brutal melee. Really let you kind of play the way you like to play, and I really appreciate games that do that. Because that's one of the reasons I never play a lot of the modern action games, is I I don't find it fun to sit there and hack and slash, parry dodge, you know, and I don't know. It just, for me, it's not fun. Like, I'm more about the story with a lot of those kind of games, and it just feels that was a lot of times just like a little story in between a whole bunch of hack and slash. And that's why I went from super excited with the Fantasy 7 remake to, I'll be honest, disappointment, and you know, played it anyway, but I hated how they changed the game. Not necessarily the story, you know, obviously if they're going to make 3 games out of it, they had to, you know, extend that. The fighting, you know, it's just like, that was like one of the, you know, god tier, what do you call it? Turn-based role-playing games, you know, and then they completely, and I think that was also part of why they finally went to all the platforms and stuff, is because I think they expected to get both a lot of the nostalgia players and then a whole bunch of new players, and I don't think they got all the nostalgia players they want. I don't think everybody that was a fan of the original played that, just because that wasn't the kind of game they like to play. I mean, if you're a JRPG fan that likes those turn-based, you know, and then you kind of get forced into that, it's still a touchy subject for me. You know, the story isn't bad. I don't mind the story. I hate that kind of combat. Which is, I think that's what Claire Obscure did, you know, Expedition 33, because they found a way to kind of pair it in a, you know, a type of way that worked for both, because there was ways that you could outfit yourself that you didn't have to parry and dodge, and then there were ways if you wanted to. Stargate, yeah, I watched the movie and maybe 1 or 2 episodes or seasons of the actual show, but I never got into the subsequent stuff after. I think it was it on USA or something? I don't know. I think there's just so many other things going on that I just kind of lost it. So none of the Atlantis stuff, or whenever that one guy they got that looks like he had that staff and that weird symbol on his head. I have no idea who that is, because that was beyond when I was playing. I still like the premise of it though, and I still love the movie. Teal, yeah, there he is. Teal, yeah. Remember that? Like, because he's part of them, right? I mean, obviously it looks like he's on their side, but I mean, he's, you know, part of that universe. It definitely doesn't look like he's from Earth. And then that weird staff he has. Like, I've seen clips and things that'll show up on YouTube and stuff. Like I said, I never watched the show specifically. Now, I did, however, watch the entirety of Expanse and Babylon 5 and I think up to Voyager. I think Voyager was the last of the Star Trek series that I actually watched to the end. I don't know, it started getting kind of weird after that. The reboot movies are alright. I still prefer the original crew. And it's weird how Picard and that whole group from Next Generation, who started out as these usurpers, are now considered royalty themselves. Great series. Went on a bit too long. Yeah, and then they, like I said, you know, and then when they did crossovers, I think that, you know, they ran out of story to run, so they decided to do like a whole new. I mean, that was what, farther away than the other ones or something? Was that what the? I don't know. My big thing that I didn't like about like series that went on too long is when they got so boring with, like, you know, couples that they would always have to make them break up for half a season or something like that before they get back together, just to try to force drama. Are they? I don't know. Maybe it's a reboot or something. Maybe if they did. Like, I know that's like the big thing right now. They're rebooting like Harry Potter and redoing the Highlander. Although I am kind of excited about the Highlander because what's his name? The guy playing it that also did The Witcher. He's very committed to source material and treating things the right way. So I have a feeling that should be pretty interesting. Because I watched both the movie and then I watched the television series that they had for it, which is all right. I am curious about the Harry Potter though. I'm really curious about where they go. Because I know the original movies skipped a lot of things that I thought that were kind of important, but I don't know if they're going to try to be more close to it or if they're going to go another direction. Rebooting because nobody can be asked to write. Yeah, exactly. It's all about the reboots now. They even made a new Toy Story. I think it's because they had too many flops. So they had to go back to the one thing they knew people would come watch. They had some weird ones. And now that my kids are grown, I don't get to see a lot of that stuff, you know, but when they were young, you got to watch all the stuff. And I still to this day remember that I think one of their favorite ones, it was like a space version of Treasure Island. It's like Treasure Planet, I think it was. They liked it, and I enjoyed it because as a fan of, you know, Treasure Island, they did such a good job of keeping that story and then just transferring it to a new medium. So even though it was a cartoon, it was still, you know, it's still true to the story. You know, all the different events that happened, you know, it stayed true to all of it. Just again, like I said, it was in space instead of on on Earth. But the funny thing is all the ships in space were like actual ships on Earth. So they were designed like that. So even then, you know, it was such a good nod. For some reason, it never made it as big as, you know, I thought it should have. It's one of those, you know, when it doesn't do good when it comes out, but then it slowly picks up a following afterwards. I think there's a lot of movies from our time that kind of fall into that category. Look how ridiculous this thing's getting. Almost done though. This is the final floor we're putting in. I do love it though. I love building stuff like this. I think it looks clean, you know. It's compact, it's efficient, it's tileable, it's clean, angles, things like that. I don't know, something about this that I just love. Now the interesting thing is technically, because this is the top floor, I can carpet this whole thing. I think I'm going to get this part in first. I'm going to wait till I put in all of the smelters, and then I'll finish the whole space, because I don't have any more pillars going up here, so I can take this whole thing if I want to. So I'll get all of this here. And okay, let's go ahead and drop in our final receivers, our final smelters, and then we'll carpet that whole top, because then that'll be an easier to program. Okay. Yeah, and you can see I put some things there that I didn't need to, so I'll take those out here once we're done. That way the final level is even. I am gonna have to start doing what I did over there more often with the dispatchers. Although a lot of times I need more dispatchers than can fit in like that kind of a line, so that's a lot of times why I do them lower, because I can fit more of them in that tiny of a space. So I may not have the choice of doing that as often as I would like to, but whenever I can, I think I'm going to try to do that from now on. Okay. Last second, I'm telling you, last second it moved just a hair. That one almost did it too. And the worst part is because it went off over the edge, I would have had to replace that support because it would have disappeared when it moved. Oh, I'm so happy to almost be done. Oh, come on. Why didn't anybody tell me I was putting them on backwards? Oh, this one's right. Right? Yeah, that's right. That's right. That one's wrong. These are wrong. Oh, I think because I deleted one because I put it in the wrong position and then I didn't rotate it correctly at the end. Thanks, Nav. I appreciate it. What would I do without... At least I know you guys appreciate sarcasm. I don't know that I could survive without it. My kids hate it. Because it's never a proper answer. And my one son's always like, it's like the worst thing you can say is we'll see, or we'll talk about it later, or something like that. So now I have to do that all the time to him. God, I can't believe they're about to be juniors in high school. God. The hell? How does time go by like that? I still get the Facebook, memories, holding them, like literally holding them in my hand because that's how tiny they were when they were born. Yeah. Good memories, though. Okay, let's get another stack of these. I think we're pretty much good on this end, so... Wait, what? Oh! Did it wrong. Yeah. I went a half a block and I went a full block. I did not do 1.5 blocks. Okay. So this should be good. I don't think I'm going to need... Well, I am still going to have to do a couple more rows, so these will cover over here as well. So I still may at some point have to add a couple more, but I'm leaving myself the option now. And this should at least cool me down plenty for what we're doing here. Well, we'll see. I forgot I haven't put all my smelters down yet. Okay. Alright, lock you in. I very much do not want kids. I can barely support myself. Yeah. And the thing though is like when we had them, like we were, it was a dual military, so you do your job, you're taken care of. So it's like, that's the time to have kids, and especially they encourage like during shore duty, because that's when you can't go underway or be on a ship if you're pregnant. So they don't set aside time, but they encourage, and I don't know. It's like I can't imagine myself without my kids now. And it's funny, like, there's all those times when you think, well, hey, if I had done this differently, what would my life be like? And the first thought that always hits me is, oh yeah, my kids wouldn't be there. And it's like, nope, nope. I could be a rich man, I could be a famous, I could do this, I could do that, but nothing's worth giving up for my kids. And it's crazy to see them becoming little men. That's the part that blows me away. The fact that my oldest has graduated, and next month he turns 18. Jeez. Friggin' adult. Okay, we are almost... Oh, I still got to put the... Oh, I messed that up. Dang it. I still got to put the last of the dispatchers in yet, too. So, almost done with the placement for the last row. I almost did it. I almost intentionally put it backwards. That's no bueno. Okay, good. I can move again. Tell you what, though, I am loving how buttery smooth my computer is right now. Love it. Okay, so we're taking this. So we'll match up the height. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, good. And all I'm going to do, too high. Okay, let's go down 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so whichever direction you're going, you're going to come off that leg. So if I was trying to make it all slide up that way, I would go further this way. But I wanted to kind of go back and forth. I want to keep it within the small little thing. Each one's going to get to claim one side of its base there. So I just put them like this. Again, 2 back, and then follow that last, whichever leg you're going in that direction is basically what it is. And then you just bring it up, and it only needs, oh, see, I almost messed that up. We're doing block and a half. See? So that's how you do it if you're just trying to do a 2-block gap. But since I'm trying to keep them the same height as the platforms up there, I actually have to, instead of going a full 2 blocks or 2 pillars high, I'm going 1.5. So I'm going to take this and raise it up a half a block or drop it a half a block. 1, 2, 3. Either works. And obviously I have to do, oops, on these ones. Okay, why am I still... Oh, I was copying off of that one. Okay, did it wrong again. I need to be at this height here, and then bring it down 1, 2, well, actually, I can do it this way. 1, 2, 3. So I think that was where I had it the first time, and then I talked myself out of it. Never talk yourself out of it. Stick with that first answer. When part of Chief season, going through with the new guys, you'll ask them a question, and then they might give you the right answer, but then you hit them with the "Are you sure?" and then they start to doubt themselves, and then they come off with a whole different answer. It's like, nope. If you're sure, stay sure. And that's just life in general. Yeah, don't change your answer. It's like those multiple choice fill in the blank tests that you took back in the day in school, those Scantron ones. I always did well on those tests, but I had a system. If I did not know what the answer was, like if it was like a very simple question, not very simple, but it was a question, and I for a fact knew the answer, I would go with the first thing that gravitated towards my mind, and I would chalk it up to maybe when I was studying, it was just some kind of speck of memory or association or something that was going there, and then I would put that. The second thing is I never changed an answer ever. Whatever I put, that's what stuck. I didn't look at it and be like, oh man, there's way too many C's, this can't be right. Well, nothing saying that the C's on the other side of the wrong one. So yeah, it's like 2 things. First thing that would pop into my head, and it worked more often than not. Like I said, in the Navy, everything's kind of graded on the curve. So it's not like it's a specific, trying to get a percentage of correct right. It's how you compare to all the other people that took the test. So again, I did pretty good on my test, but it's kind of, I carry that on with just life in general now. Go with your first instinct, your first inclination, because a lot of times there's something there that maybe it's in your subconscious that you go with it, and then never change the answer unless you absolutely 100% know that it's wrong. Just stick with it. Rebooting because nobody can be asked to write new stuff. Oh yeah, that's right. You're that one there. Sorry. Oh, ad break. Okay. Gotcha. So many things making the beepy beepy sound. Sometimes I think it's a chat, and then I read an old one. Like 3 different things showing me chat now. I got like an own 3D chat, a OBS chat, and think streamer bot chat too. Why am I booting those on there? I don't even need those. Alright, so again, and now we just place it like this. So you're gonna, it's gonna be one back from where the thing is lined up to it, and then the block open on either side. So now when we go back and look at it, it's gonna be even with that third floor, but also in a position where we can run the storage buffer straight in. "90-second ad break starting." I think I'm more aware of now of the ads than I was before, because it actually, you know, lets me know. It sucks. It's terrible how many ads that you have to sit through. Okay. Why won't you let me do this? Oh, I already did that part. Okay, gotcha. For a sec there, I was wondering why it wasn't letting me. Already did it. Okay, cool. Like I said, I'm just going to go through now, and I'm going to completely fill this all the way to the end now. Just to make this easier for the rest of this time. Because this is the last row of these that we have to do. I need to do a little bit of math to find out how many more I still need to make. As I don't think it's going to be more than maybe, at the most, maybe 2 or 3. So it should be pretty quick on that side. It's not going to be like this, where how many there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 rows. Jeez. Actually, no, if it's 12 rows and each of these has got 12, that's only 144. Okay, nope, I need a bit more. I have way less than I was thinking I did. That's too bad. So we're going to make another fairly big one, it looks like. Okay, okay, there we go. I was going to say, there's no reason for you not to be supported. Oh, you still aren't. Why? Building is not stable. You're... Oh, okay. I think I'm going to have to do this then. And I probably have to do this all the way. Dang it. Well, it's because I built it out. I still don't know why it should be able to be supported by that. And I'm wondering if it's because that this is here. Again, I still think it should be able to be supported by this over there. I'm going to try this side too to see if maybe I just somewhere in that first one I didn't have the support right. I hope not. Okay. So again, you would go here. So you fit here. You don't fit here. And I can't go here because I need... Wait. I can. Hold on. Because I can input there, output comes to here. Okay. Alright, we can do that. Instead of going through like the crazy effort of running a whole bunch of extra pillars that I really don't feel like. What? Colliding with another building. What are you colliding with? Okay, why are you not stable? Okay, that's not good. Wait. Are you all like that? I had it fixed. So you'll go there, but not here. So what is different on this side than this side? I'm still confused. What is different here? both supported there, there, there. Oh, deeper. It's deeper. There's more blocks there. Okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. All right, so it means I am gonna have to put. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Do I need to change your height, or are you the right height to make it all the way up to there? Oh, you are. So are you. Maybe that's not as hard as I thought it was going to be. Oh, because this is the floor support. But now it should be directly supporting the block next to you. So now you should... Let me lock you in place. There we go. Yes, now you work. Okay. Had me panicking a little bit there for a sec. Alright. That's everything in place. Except for now the rail connectors. Okay, and again we have to offset, so this time... I was going to do this, wasn't I? Yeah, let's just do it this way. Easier jump, because I'm going to be flying up to probably the top floor of that and then running across all of these. And then I'll drop down to the second floor and then do the same thing. Cool. Still got to program. Oh, man. A lot to do. And then I still have to figure out how many more I need to make for that second one to complete the rest of my smelting. I know for sure I'll have enough here for titanium. Possibly enough for one of the other ones, but I think I may end up not having enough for the third. Maybe a smidgen at the start, but until I actually do the math here, we'll find out. I don't know why I didn't do this the first time. This goes way faster than what we're doing. And luckily I can't place blocks on the spots that are part of the fabric or the smelter, so helps alleviate the as I say, alleviate the chances of me making a mistake. And as soon as I say it, I didn't get 2 seconds after saying that, and I put one in the wrong spot. Absolutely 100% on brand. Okay, we are almost done with this. And then we connect them, and then we program them. And then technically, at that point, we could give them power, and they would start working. And this is a lot of smelters crammed into a tiny space. Good grief. Alright, let's do it. Let's start the process. I think I'm going to do it like I did before. Let's just knock all these ones out so that we're just going back and forth on the smelters. So I think I need like 70 something titanium. And I got 144, so it's like half. So it's going to be close. I think it'll be kind of close. be deaf again. But it's getting toasty. I'll just leave it on long enough this time to somewhat chill everything. Oh, you didn't turn on. There we go. Okay. We'll do the same as before, so we're just going to do the inputs first, all the way across, then we'll come back and do the outputs. It'll be really nice if they, at some point, give us the ability to do blueprints of some kind. Miss Chris Lou, when I made a bus system, the machines in the farthest back didn't produce. I never figured out why. This was a few updates ago, so it's deleted and forgotten. The bus that I did, I'd like to revisit at some point, because I realized that I still was connecting too many things to other lines. And I think that was part of what was kind of bogging it down. So if I were to do it again, I would actually, wherever I stopped, I was gonna, how to explain that? So if I had 3 items going from the bus across to fill something, I would make it 3 different heights. So I'd drop one below, another below, and another below, and then I'd run that all the way to, so that at no point did this interconnect, so that line coming through would take a chute off into whatever machine it was and then continue on its way without having to conflict with any of the other blocks, because I've noticed that kind of happens, especially on my chemical factory. So I had to kind of redo it, because it was preventing, while they were waiting to go over, it was blocking the blocks coming this way, and it became a log jam that it shouldn't be based off the mounts going through, but because I had them going through each other, I was creating my own log jams. So if I were to do another bus, it would be along those lines. As far as if it not getting to the end, I mean, it might be that it's not getting enough. I don't know if it's coming in from dispatchers or whatnot, but if it's not making it to the end, that feels or sounds like it would be something along the lines of that everything's getting taken before it gets to the end, kind of thing. Simple smelters in a big rod factory only. Gotcha. Yeah, I can't help. I don't think I could do anything other than vertical now. I know some people like those giant sprawling factories that take up like an entire area of the map. I don't know. I guess like one of the people we raided, I was looking at the other day, and like, oh, I didn't put you in there. And everything was still everything being built at one spot, and the wires were going everywhere, up and down and over and around, so they could loop back from one into the other. And it was like, how do you keep track of that? Because it's like I won't even let, you know, items change lanes on a bus. Or, I mean, on a three-way. I couldn't imagine trying to troubleshoot something if it went wrong on there with. Like, how would you even get through it? Yeah. It's extra work, and yes, it has to do with my isms, but I think building, you know, like this, just it makes it easier. Like once I turn it on, I can sit here and watch all of these and see which ones don't like change color or don't do whatever the animation is, and then I'll know that there's a problem with that, and then I can run back and everything's named, so I can even say, okay, this is saying that this location's titanium ore isn't making it here, so I know exactly where to go to look at it. So for me, and again, this is, you know, I'm gonna do this 5-6 hours every night regardless of what it is I'm doing. So it's like I don't mind that regardless. There was a time that I always said irregardless, and I'm sad to say it was because I knew it annoyed somebody. That whole, you know, regardless and irregardless technically mean the same thing, although if you go with the double negative, it's actually the opposite. And I think you can find it in the Urban Dictionary with some kind of sarcastic remark about, you know, being an incorrect form or way of saying that, or to not say that. What am I looking for? Express that situation or that, yeah. Oh. Why are you both in the... Oh, no, no, no. Oh, come on. I gotta figure out some way of saving this so I can... Fine. I hate that. There's no reason for that to delete that. It should automatically be able to detect that there's... Or replace the platform that was there or something. I don't know. I hate that. Okay, that goes there. There we go. Yep. Sad thing is, getting done with this portion is just the beginning. Like, I have to make a fabricator farm that's like twice as big as this. Or not, I mean, yeah, it is a fabricator farm making stabilizers that's twice as big as this. Although, I'm going to intentionally make sure I pick somewhere where I can all start at a low area, so I can go 4 high. Wherever I do it, I have to have the ability to take it up that extra step, because that'll... It's not going to drastically reduce it, but I mean, each 3 rows takes away 1 row. So it is going to have an effect. I just have to accept it's going to be... It'll be monstrosity. But that's what everybody says, though, you know? I've never gotten to those endgame items, but everybody says the amount of stuff that you need when you get there and how slow it is to get there, I understand, so I'm hoping all of this insane prep work will make it that when I get there, I don't expect it to go fast, but I expect it to be efficient and not basically I expect it to be 100% efficient. It should be operating at 100% capacity, as slow as it might be, but it will be. And then all we got to do is just let it run long enough to get those last couple corporation things, and at that point, I mean, that's as far as we can go in this update. We've already explored the entirety of the map. I think I found 1 set of ruins left that I hadn't visited. Looks like another big one. In fact, it's right... Oh, it's all the way on that side. Okay, never mind. I'm in a different spot than I was thinking. But yeah, it's all the way over there. So at some point we will have to do that. I don't think I need any more blueprints though. So it's just a completionist thing, you know, doing it to finish it. And I don't know, maybe I'll go do all those map things so I can open up the map a little bit more, but again, completionist. I know some people actually go through and they have to get every single human body from the map. I'm not that bad. But it would be nice to be able to fully see the map. That would be kind of cool, I'll admit that. And the other thing, too, is probably want to, while I'm going out to there, maybe on the way to those different places, bring a separate lem set that's all devoted to Fog of War. So just even getting there is going to help us clear it out a bit more. And I keep saying it, but I think I will. When the next update comes out, if we have to restart, which I'm hoping maybe I won't, because this, like I said, this world is... Well, see, I got a lot of stuff left to build, but for the moment, you know, I could see being able to go on afterwards. But I want to actually have sets of lemms. So my idea is to have a set that you use when you go looking for quartz and ignition. And it's all stuff for the tools that helps the tool do more damage or recover faster or any of those kind of things. So basically it helps you mine the stuff faster so you can get moving quicker, and then hopefully that'll mean you can actually do more. I don't know if there was one that gives you a better harvest. I'd have to look into that, but yeah, there's definitely ones for different things, and I think that was kind of their intention. So I definitely think that there's a set that would be perfect for exploration. Wait, is that all of it? That is all of it hooked up.
I'm detecting
And a wave.
structural activity. Prepare for a wave.
Jeez. Okay, well, it's time to actually start programming. Isn't it? Oh, but isn't it glorious? It's both. It's massive and it's glorious. One of many to come. It's huge. Yeah. I have high hopes for this one. I really do. I am excited to finally get to the end and finally actually complete this game after 7 tries. But I think I took the best of all the different things. The cool thing is yesterday the raid we did. When I got in there, he was just about to raid someone himself. He was having some issues, but it was cool because he's like, "Yeah, we took some of your ideas and we put them in our build," and I was like, "That's friggin' awesome," because it was a bigger streamer than I am, but it's just cool, that someone like that, sees, something and then, incorporates it. I just think that's awesome. I'm thirsty. You're right. I am thirsty. Trying to use all these ones up.
Water.
See, that's what I got to do. I need to get those things that people can do, like the thing, and it gives you like a message or something. I told myself when I started, that was stuff way down the road. Eventually, maybe if I had a few people that would start showing up, maybe I'd start doing those things. And now it's like, frick. I should probably start looking into some of those things. Supposedly, there's an 8-ball now, so you can do like the 8-ball. 8-ball, exclamation point, 8-ball. What does it say? The signs point to yes. So I put some of those silly things in, so some of that stuff works. I think if you do #CC, it'll tell you the ones that are available. I think. Yeah, there you go. So if you're bored or want to do anything, I added a few things in. I did that today when I was refixing the one that I have with like the obnoxious subscribe to avoid ads one. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. And then I was looking at that. 8-ball, it is decidedly so. Oh man. And you do follow age too? I don't know what lurk does. I think uptime. What is my uptime? Let's see. Uptime. 4 days, 3 hours, 33 seconds. This now lurking. Fallen Dice Space has been live for 3 hours and 4 hours. Yeah, so I guess there's some things to do, and I'm gonna try to keep adding some more stuff in there. A lot of this is just figuring out how to do things, and some of it I need, I need art or things like that for some of the different things, but
Planetary temperature
yeah,
within
I will do that here down the road. Oh, two W's. I think you probably have the longest probably in here. I would say, Jesus, you've been around for a long time. I appreciate that too. 3 months, 17 days, 8 minutes and 48 seconds. Dude, that is awesome, Jesus. I really appreciate that. That is cool. Um, Another thing that I have been thinking about, and I've been trying to figure out how to do it, because obviously, it's like I don't want it to be like a favorite kind of thing or something like that, but um, I think maybe we might be getting to a point where we have to start thinking about like moderators. So I've been trying to figure out how to. I definitely have some of you guys that have been here from the beginning that I would love to be able to kind of reward with that. But I obviously it's also a commitment and things too. So I don't know. I've never been at a point where that was even a thing that I thought about. So I don't know if you guys have any thoughts or anything on that. Feel free to let me know. DM in the Discord or whatnot. I'm not looking to right off the bat try to figure it out, but it's something that's been kind of simmering in my head, for a little bit now. It's blowing my mind though. It's like things that I never, well, I assumed if you put the time in, eventually you'd get there. It just it's like the fact, Jesus, that you're here every day blows my mind. But I appreciate it very much. Friggin' JC, friggin' monster. That's 3 days in a row you've done that. But you guys make this worth doing. That's the part I really like, is that it's actually, it makes this fun to do this. I gotta go get rid of these. It'd be hard to think about doing this for as many hours as I do if I didn't have, this kind of interaction and stuff. All right, I need to hold up. I need to slow my roll, and I need to see how many I actually want here. May go to bed soon. Wish I could stay longer, but I'm getting tired. Hey, no problem, Navarine. You get some rest, man. I appreciate you coming by again, taking time. Do you play your Minecraft while you watch, or is this like your kind of wind down? That's what I usually do. I finish this and I'll go down and I'll flip YouTube on and I'll just kind of wind myself down as I get ready. Curious on that. Oh dear God. Minecraft right now. That's awesome. That's the way I used to do it too, though. Like, especially on like stuff that I'm doing here. When it's very routine, very, I want to say monotonous, but yeah, exactly. Winding down. It's just, and I think that you guys talk about the chill vibe. That's awesome because that was I think something I was like trying the most of was I didn't want to, and I didn't think I was capable of being one of those weird hyper people that are trying to act like everything's insane. I just wanted to play a game and have conversations and just have a good time. All right, I need 115. So let's see. So 115 divided by 12 is like 9.58. 12 times 9 is 108. Half the time I fall asleep. That's all good. And it's all good. I definitely understand. Just think, 6 months ago, my streams were Monday through Thursday from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. And then I started this game, and it's like, oh, let's throw a Friday in there. Oh, let's throw a Saturday in there, And then it's like, oh, we'll go to midnight. We'll go to 1. It's been fun, just the change in the channel. Okay. So if I do 9 rows, I still need another 7. How much room did I have extra? I'm just going to go 6. So let's go 114 on there instead. Because that's 2 rows on that 9th one, I think. I think that works out the best. So 9 full rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So everything from here over is titanium, plus 2 of this one. Okay, I think I want to do the bottom 2. No, let's do the top 2. So we're going to start from here, doing known 3D uptime is not available. Wait, why don't 3... I'm so confused. Alright, so I'm going to start from here. I think I want to just get all the ore going first. So we're just going to run across here. We're going to get all of our... I need to find where these are, and I need to delete them. I want the only things that I see when I'm looking for open stuff to be the things that I'm using for this build. So right now there shouldn't be all this extra stuff. And that's something that I am going to have to do between streams. But now that I've got this up, I've got all the other things, I can actually have time to take that. So I think when we do this tomorrow, because this is going to be a continuing effort, hopefully I won't have to page through a bunch of unconnected, which is what we have right now. Okay. And I think when I'm done here, I'm going to have to scroll down further because I had multiple places providing the titanium. And they had different location names, so I'm going to have to scroll further as we go. But, jeez. It's a lot of titanium. And then I got to see, can I fit... How much do I need? I know I'm using less... Wolfram, I need 45. So 3 rows would be 36. So, I don't know. I don't know if I have enough. I may not even be able to fit my second one on here. Yeah, we're gonna have to build another one of these. Not nearly as big. I mean, it's still probably gonna be like 7, 8 rows. Just enough to be able to do those. And then I have to also put together my Gotham. Well, that's right. I already did you. Okay, so let's give ourselves a platform here. So I'm going to have to do the pyro forges, and that should take the rest of the ingots coming in, both titanium, wolfram, and goethite, and then that'll produce the ingots. I think I have to leave some of the goethite as spares for powder, but it'll tell me how much I need. It looks cool. That's all I'm going to say. Like, it was a lot of work, but it looks freaking cool. Alright, so what was the one before here? Because it was in the middle before. Northwest. Okay, so I have one that's got a problem. Interesting. I'll have to figure out what that is. And... oh, I know what it is. I never clicked what the item was. But that's why I name it. So now I know what I have to go northwest. It's one of the last ones. It's one of the ones I did last night. And I got to find 11, which is probably the 3rd row. And then I just need to go and click it and say that it's pushing titanium ore. Won't be that... not that big of an issue. Oh, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6... 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I want to work this way so I know for a fact. And that leaves me 2. Yeah, I definitely don't have enough for the next item. Mr. Crystalo cheered 100 bits. Hey, thank you for those 100 bits. Oh, that's awesome. Appreciate it very much. Should get some kind of thing going off. Oh, I'm thirsty. No, yeah. I've been working hard to get those notifications and stuff popping up, so maybe it's taking its time. If not, I will work on that. Figure out what is up with that. I said I'm looking at getting someone to make me some stuff for the channel. So I'm on the website looking at all the different people that make them and the ratings and whatnot, and trying to figure out if there's one that I feel good about, that I feel comfortable with. Because there are specific words in my chat that if you say, it will not allow you to type them out. And that's because probably for the first month that I was streaming, I would have nonstop these people coming in saying how great your stream is, but if you really wanted it to do better, you need to change this. So why don't you let me do this art for you? And I know it's less than above board, and it's like it got annoying after a while. So usually they were specific words they would say, like play together or. So I made a lot of those words not banned, but they just wouldn't show up. Yo, exactly. Yeah. I had zero trust in that entire experience. And of course, that they were going to basically, change the price as it goes by or charge you way more than what they were doing was worth, which is why I like these website that I'm on. I forget what it is. It's on there, but it's kind of like an Etsy kind of thing. So it's made for like creators and artists, and you can, I forget what the word when you basically hire someone to make art, but you can kind of do that. They show all the different things, list what it is that they do, different prices, timelines, lots of reviews and stuff like that. So I'm trying to find something that I can have the most different things of, although I'm figuring out that I'm probably, if I want emotes, I'm just going to have to do a separate, because most of them come with like 3 emotes or something, and I would like to have stuff that's more branded onto me. I figure some kind of bearded thing or something. I don't know. And then just the whole theme, all the little notifications that pop up and things like that. I would love to be able to make things a little more unique. So that's something I'm looking at. Shoot. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't chew gum and walk at the same time. We have proven that fact. And ironically, the first thought that popped into my head was Singapore. Was I at 5 or 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 3 more. Good. I'm telling you, my short-term memory is absolutely horrendous. So I'm on 7 now. Yeah, short-term what? Exactly, Dory. What was it? Just keep moving, something like that. I like to say it's like the dog's in Up. It's like, ooh, squirrel, right in the middle of whatever it is you're doing. Yep, just keep swimming. What is it? Fish are not food. Fish are friends. Oh, there was some good lines in that movie. Okay, I think that's everything now, right? Oh my god, this is stupid. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, and then I did those 2. Okay. So now I have 3, 6, 7. Which of those do I want to do? I am going to sheet 1. Any needed complete. Okay, so for titanium I needed what, 114, I believe. Oh, I'm already there. Okay, and then it's 45, 45. 114 complete. 114. Left. Well, the right fingers on the right things helps. Okay. Wolfram. Calcium. 45. 45. 0, 0. I have room for, if I do Wolfram, I have room for 7. So that, now I got it. I know exactly how many more I need to build. That's all I wanted was something somewhere that tells me what's left to do. Okay, so this one. So we'll do Wolfram here. I think my own 3D just died. Maybe. I don't know. The chat died. I reset. I have no clue. Alright. Just cut you off. Own 3D, it lets you go in, like, all the stuff that I have, the overlays that I have for my face cam, the notifications I have, they're from Own 3D. So you can basically, there's stuff for free, or you can do like a small subscription that gives you access to more of them, but they're all available to everybody. So they're not uniquely made for you, but they're an easy way to kind of get in, get your foot in the door, and at least have something, you know, at the start. So that's what I did at the beginning. Was I went with that, and that's one of the where I'm getting my multi-chat. It's where all the notifications come from, which is probably now why I didn't get the actual notification for the bits. Sorry, Miss Chris Lou. I think it's because the Own 3D went down, because that's where I get all my notifications from. I closed it out. If I open it back up again, will it reconnect? And if you Google like any of the things, like, you know, how to you know alerts or overlays or anything, all the videos out there, most of them are pushing or are going to show you Own 3D. It's pretty popular. Okay, I don't know. It's still not connecting. I'll have to look into this later. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Apologies that right now it's not gonna. I don't know. It's mostly for OBS. It's like an OBS kind of thing where the stuff goes in. The cool thing is if you make any changes on your thing, you can actually just click a button and it will update your OBS. So if I, you know, change like the graphics for an update or for an alert, and I just have to have it update OBS and it'll send it right to it, that is cool. Makes it very convenient. Yeah. There's a ton of videos online. Like I said, I think that's probably the most popular or common new streamer, smaller streamer kind of thing of getting more than just the basic Twitch stuff. Which is kind of where I'm, you know, once I do get my own stuff, I got to figure out, probably I'll have to do like Streamlabs or something to get it to do some of the same stuff that was the Own 3D, because they're mostly their own stuff. So I don't know that if I can just put my own stuff in there or not. Maybe. Definitely not a tonight issue. Okay. So now that I have all of these linked here, there we go. I've got to go up there now, and I've got to. That's one thing I hate. The receiver is sending an item to it that it should be able to be like, oh, you're only capable of making titanium. Let me automatically set you to titanium. No, you still have to go up and individually program every single one of them. So now we get to do that on all these 3 floors. But at least I know now what the different things are, so it'll make that part easier. So I know both of these are Wolfram. But we are at that point, so as soon as I finish programming all these, I can provide power, and this whole thing is going to come alive, which is... I didn't know if I was going to be able to finish tonight. Like, it was... This is a big endeavor. So the fact that I'm here is cool. I'll do the dispatchers, I think, last. And I do it like this just because it's easier than having to scroll through stuff on the storages. But I mean, doesn't it make sense? Like, if the only thing that's on a line feeding into a smelter is Wolfram, I don't know. It makes sense that it should be able to detect that and just automatically makes, Wolfram bars. Oh, see, that's wrong. There we go. Oh, no, it's not wrong. It's not wrong. It was actually right. This was wrong. Oh well. I caught it before I got too far. I just want to see it come alive. I just want to see this thing fired up and all the stuff coming down. Okay, swap you over to bar. Yep. Okay. Do the same thing here again. Oh, I'm saying, why do you see Wolfram? Because I still have things programmed as Wolfram down the way. Titanium, 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 titanium. I don't know what was... I don't know what it is, but this part it bores me. Like, I running over here, dropping 1,500 cross rails and connecting them doesn't, but just running over and programming does. I can't explain what goes on in my head other than... What was the line from Big Bang Theory, where when every time they told Sheldon he was crazy, he's like, "No, my mom had me tested." That's another good show. I'm wondering what the next one is, because there's like the big shows that kind of come. Like when we were kids, it was the Cosby Show was like that big show. Early '90s, it was Seinfeld, and then later '90s, it was Friends. And Big Bang Theory, or How I Met Your Mother, both of those. I think those were 2 huge ones. Is there anything that's playing right now that's on the level of those? Because I don't watch a lot of regular TV, but I mean, is there anything like that out there right now? Any of those kind of series that people care that much about? Just seems to me like there isn't. Okay, I'm going to come over here because I did the top, so we'll go ahead. I need to name this now. So this is going to be Final Tight Bar 1. When someone says you're crazy, I say, well, my doctor wasn't wrong then. On paper. Nice. I like that. They could also work very well if it was my wife. I think people would also get a kick out of that one. Or my husband. I always wonder how true it is. They have that... There's like the hot versus crazy scale. Like, the hotter a person is, the more crazy they are. So you have to find the proper balance. I was lucky. My ex-wife wasn't a very picky. One of her funniest things that she would always say is she off like back when she was younger, she didn't date guys, she dated cars. Was this 8? Which I always found hilarious. You know, she would date the guy that had the cool car just because she was a car nut. 9. And this one is the last of the titanium at 10. Oh, I guess I could leave you there now. I think I'm going to keep with the copy and paste, but I'm actually going to go Wolf Bar 1. If you draw a circle, Happy and Psycho is right next to each other. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. Okay. Can I make it? Woo! Alright. Now we drop down to the second level. I still need... No, I programmed those. So I just need to come back down to this level. Almost went the wrong way. Wrong way being down. Yeah, I was late to the Big Bang. I don't know. Like I said, I don't watch a lot of TV. But it's fun to be able to binge stuff like that now. And you just... Especially if it's like, say, on Netflix or something. That is something we definitely didn't have the ability to do when we were growing up. I always tell people, like, you know, if you wanted to catch a movie, you had to be home and you had to have the channel, the TV turned to the right channel at that time, or you didn't get to watch that movie or that show. And Psycho's not always bad. We have a lot of people who have... So, I don't know what this says about me. I've been married 2 times. Once when I was a kid and being stupid. And both were redheads. Take that as you will. Why am I doing this again? It's not that. It's titanium. And the funny thing is I am still attracted to redheads. Just, I don't know why. And it's funny because me and my ex-wife, like I said, we get along extremely well. You know, and we like to tease each other. And she's the first to admit that she has no soul. So half the time it's like, you know, you're cold because, you know, you're cold-blooded or you... And... the jokes. It's always funny that, you know, some people are very confused. Like, there's been multiple times where we'll go out as a family, you know, her and the kids to go eating, and everybody's like, you know, thinks that we're like married or something. I mean, we were once upon a time, but it just, the way we get along, and when you say, no, that's my ex-husband, they just, it blows their mind. It is a preference. And it's funny too, because, you know, they always talk about, like, you know, boys marry their mother or look for their mother, and girls marry or look for their father. So I guess there's some of that too. I don't know. My parents were interesting. My mom intentionally chose not to get her driver's license into her 30s because then my dad would have to drive her around places. It's a very interesting choice to be made there. And my dad was like the most even-tempered, anti confrontation, you know, very similar to me. I'm very similar to the same too. Not true entirely. We look for what we're... Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That does... And some people, that's like the only view that they got. I mean, I had a very loving household. So, I mean, I'm one of the lucky ones. My parents were married all the way up until, you know, my mom passed from cancer, and then my dad a couple years later from complications of an accident. But yeah, they were, all the way up until the end. So, the stable family home. I think my mom didn't actually work until after we were all gone and out of the house. So, she was always, she worked, or she worked at home, you'd say. And it's weird because I look back and my dad was a hero because he would work 2 to 3 jobs so that she could stay home and didn't have to. And I remember as a kid, he would come home so just dragged down, tired. And the kids, you don't understand. An absolute legend. And it's one of those things. I try. That's in my mind. Is I've always, that's what I know being a man is. And I think that was part of the problem that went bad with my relationship is, I was not confronting. I was not combative. I was very acquiescing. Until it's something I wouldn't acquiesce to, and then my foot went down, and then there was nothing that could be done to change me. And she very much recognized that. So it's always that was kind of a joke. It's usually, whatever I want, he does. But if it's something that he's set in stone, I know better. I know it's not going to change. So it was understanding. But I think she came up in a house that was very, I'm not going to say broken, maybe dysfunctional. And a lot of that, I think, was undiagnosed issues. So I think a lot of that, like I said, that kind of affects people. So our 2 personalities were conflicting and at odds because I think in a way that, in her mind, if I wasn't, combative or whatever it was, that means I didn't care. Or I wasn't engaging. And so I would sit there until I got to the point where I couldn't take it anymore, and then I would explode. Not physically, but I'd finally do, and it'd be an argument, and all of a sudden everything would be great. It was like everything was now the way it's, and it would last like that for a little. And I never understood that. It didn't make sense to me. It still doesn't make sense to me. It just still to this day does not make sense to me. Hindsight being 50-50 and understanding now, you can see why, again, obviously we struggled as a couple, but we're fantastic as friends, and we're fantastic at raising, co-parenting, I guess would be the way that you would call that. And again, to the point where some people don't understand. And I will remember too, I actually had another one of the chiefs on my ship when he started looking like that things were going to go the divorce way, coming to me for advice on how to, make something like that work. And I was kind of, the fact that it was known, enough that, someone would come to me for advice, on how to make something like that work. You have the absolute bestest yeah, exactly. And that's the thing too. It's I remember because she told me how disgusted, I think would be the better way that she talked about, when she went down to the courthouse to file and she saw what some of the other, people that were there were filing. I'm going to take everything from him, all this stuff there. She said it literally disgusted her. Travel together. Yes, exactly. Yes, we take turns visiting each other's family. Her mom was here for our son's graduation, and I was invited to her wedding. My sisters love her like a sister. It's just awesome. Yeah. But it's intentional. You have to decide that that's where you want to be. But again, the crazy part was, when she, got over there and they asked, how much do you want for child support? And her answer was, what is the lowest amount that I can ask for? And they told her that, and she goes, that's what I want. And then she says, what do you want for alimony? And she's like, I don't want his money. I don't need any of his money, So it's it can work out, and I think that helped us too, the fact that we also every big present, whether it's for Christmas or a birthday, always comes from both of us. I mean, my kids know that I do a lot of like silly little things just because I even for her daughter, which is of no relation to me right now. She's like 2 years old. You know, I buy her clothes and all this other stuff. Just, you know, I'm Uncle Chat. You know, so it's like it's not my flesh and blood, but it's still, you know, it's my kid's sister. So it's, and I love spoiling. I love spoiling. But yeah, like we never let it be a competition, so there would never be, you know, well, your dad got me this, what are you going to get me? They always got from us as a pair. Okay, this is actually supposed to be titanium. Titanium. Man, I tell you, I get on a conversation tantrum and I lose myself. Okay, I think I was ended at 20. Yes, so I'm at 21. And actually, I think I'm going to copy it this way now so I can just put in one letter. Haha. I think that's just a struggle with a lot of things these days, is just too many people aren't willing to put the work in. The whole point was, yeah, make sure the kids were surrounded with love and no doubt that, yes. Yep. And they understood, you know, it's like, they, you know, when we separated, they were young. And there were definitely times when they'd hoped that we would get back together, but they understand now, you know. And, you know, I even hang out with her and, well, she hasn't been around much lately, but the baby daddy, you know, we hung out and, you know, shot the shit. It's just, it's the things you do. Okay, were you 21? Yeah. Yeah. And Sundays, you know, she'll come, this is the funny part, I love this, because she understands how much, like, her daughter, like, just helps. So she calls her my emotional support baby. So like when the boys will come over on the weekend and she'll come by to pick them up and then just hang out for like 3-4 hours, and we'll get some, you know, have dinner, watch something on TV, and you know, her daughter just loves coming to my house, gets excited. I have a bigger more open space in my house than she has at hers, you know. But she'll get out, you know, she'll be at home saying she wants to go to Uncle Chad's. But yeah, it's my emotional support baby. She is, she's amazing. She is such a cutie. 24? I'm telling you, if I didn't have a bad memory, I'd have no memory at all. Alright, 25. We are almost done. I am almost ready to turn this thing on. 25. You did have a girlfriend at one point, and she saw... Oh, see, that sucks. Yeah. You know, she didn't get that if she wanted life with him. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the thing. Sometimes they get annoyed, not because they think you're going to take them necessarily physically, but that emotionally they're still more connected to you than them, and they struggle with that. You know, when someone you've known for so long that you don't even half the time have to hear a full sentence to know what they're, you know, what's going on, and yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Come on. Want to turn this thing on so badly. Because I think, see, this is where I get myself in trouble when I say I think I didn't make that many mistakes this time. Well, okay, 27? I bet you it's 28. It is 27. Oh, I got it right. This one's 28. So the last one's 29. Last one's 29. Actually, just so I don't forget. Last one's 29. But the cool thing, again, now just like that smelt or that ore excavator that we saw over there, that it was broken, I know exactly where to go find it. Schedule when I slept there a few days a week for the kids, and so we could go out and have an adult life. Yeah. When for Christmas we did Christmas at my house, and I gave her and her daughter my bedroom. I slept on my lazy boy, well, not lazy boy, but recliner. You know, just because, you know, baby needed the space, and you know, it's just that's the things that you do. Okay, I think, did I get you all connected? I did. Yeah. For some that's not enough. Okay. Power. I'm pretty sure I need a ton of power for this thing. All right, let's see. I want to be able to connect it to the edge of it. I don't think it's gonna let me though. Oh, outside of the base core. Power, power, power. It's hungry for power. Okay. Alright, I want it at this level. How many do we think it's gonna be? Oh, I only needed 2. I'm gonna give it 3 just in case. I'm curious how many of these things are gonna come down at one time. Oh dear God, we're hot, 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 hot. I need to make sure I don't. If we have a rupture. Okay. How many come down? They're all spinning. Everything I connected to them to showed they had stuff. Oh, wow. I just didn't see them all. Look at it go. Look at it go. Oh, that's awesome. Ah. Yep. That is awesome. And I have to do it one more time. At least probably seven more slices, I think, maybe over here. I know. I really thought this was going to take longer, but again, it's done too fast. They're already filled. That's cool. Yeah, I wasn't sure I was going to get this done tonight, like in one night, just because it's a lot of work. But I think the foundation was what did it. You know, getting that whole thing set up, and then just being able to add it in a few at a time. Yeah, some of these I think got their first delivery a little bit later than others. Hey, just more appreciate it. I really do. This has been a fun. This is the beginning. I still need. What's it over here? I still need another 38 smelters of wolfram and another 45 of calcium. So tomorrow we're going to be basically doing this again. Not quite as big because I needed 114 of titanium, and that's over double what I needed for wolfram and calcium. So I'll put them over here. This will be all the all my smelters. And the cool part is this is exactly how many smelters I need to be able to craft every single item in the game. And that's how many of each of the machines I need. Just to get to the end and make one of each of these. Well, some of them I needed extra because I needed them for the other items, but yeah, it's a lot. Like this last weekend with all the roads closed off for the Copenhagen sprint race, I saw them for a split second and they were going, aw. Yeah. This weekend I thought was going to be, my oldest is here, but the younger ones, they're starting to get lives. It's just, man, they got girlfriends and they got to, you know, it's like, man. But I knew that was going to happen eventually. That was like one of the reasons why I specifically chose to take orders up here to Washington. Is because I knew there's only a certain amount of time that your kids actually want to spend with you, and I didn't want to miss out on that. Okay, I seem to have one problem. Maybe, nope, you're getting it now. Was it the bottom or the top? It seemed like one of these wasn't doing anything, but now they all keep... It's like they're coming in at different times. So I see them all getting it. Yeah, it was this one. I don't know that it's done any yet. Let's see. No, it has. Okay, never mind. It's just waiting for more. Damn. This reminds me of the scene from Fifth Element. You know, when he's just driving the taxi and he's going, you know, through all the different levels of the city. Kind of what it reminds me of. Man. This is 100% a feels good moment. I'm so happy this came together. So I have all the titanium I need. I think, like I said, I need a few more of the wolfram. I'll probably have to move... Well, I may need more of these. I might as well just do those right now. So I set this up so I could go 4 high here. So these will take them to the 3rd level. Trying to keep these as concise and take up as little space as I can. I answered a poll yesterday. What movie can you still watch over and over again? There's a few of them. Fifth Element? Yes, 100%. Aziz, light! That's like a running joke in our family. Oh, man. Yeah, that's definitely top of the list of movies that you can definitely watch a million times. There was, for a while there, one of them for me was Joe Dirt. I don't know, just something about that just cracked me up. Lilu Dallas, multi-pass. Yes, it's multi-pass. He knows. There's so many lines in that movie. Oh, man. Yeah, you know what you did? You're going to make me go watch it again now. I'm literally going to get off of here from streaming. I'm going to go down and I'm going to look it up and I'm going to friggin' rent it and watch it again. Oh, man. Such a good movie, though. And I don't think it did well in the theaters. I think that was one of those movies that kind of flopped, but it's gotten cult status afterwards. You gonna do that too? Good. That's awesome. Okay, where are you? Oh! I ran out of intermediate blocks. I mean, I guess, yeah, of course I ran out of intermediate blocks. Alright. Well, I think we're gonna cool for now. Netflix? Well, if that's awesome. Then I don't have to rent it. I find I end up having to do like rent a lot of things. Where's the somewhere around here is teleporter. Oh, it's over here. Yeah, like Amazon, like Prime, usually you can like rent a lot of the movies there. YouTube's gotten a lot more into that. I'm kind of surprised. A lot of times, like, movies you want to watch, you can just rent them on YouTube, like the full movies. I don't know if that's something new they've started, or I just never realized it before. Alright. I'm so glad I found this place. So I was worried I wasn't going to find a big enough spot to put this in without taking up the area I want to use at the valley. Because I still want to save the valley for all of my maybe mega press and up. So the compounders and all those kind of things. I'm looking at doing that there. Because it's such a good build area. But again, I knew this was going to be a big footprint. No matter what I did, this was going to be a big footprint. I mean, but like this, I got that whole building area over there, here. Like, this is by far the biggest, best building area. And I love, I'm in this kind of like middle overlook area. Oh, it's not in your region? Are you able to do like the, what do they call those things where you can change your location? I always the YouTube ads where people talk about IPN. I think that's what they call them. I never tried it, but supposedly you can use that to change like the where you're from, so you can fool it into letting you watch stuff. Wow. I almost ran out of everything. Jeez. I mean, it's a big project. Let's recycle the garbage. Yeah, I'm pretty much down to building blocks. Or, I mean, ammo and food. Speaking of food. There we go. Finally got done using all that. I need to find out where I left my. I have a lot of glow cap. I have an app that does that, but I don't mind. It'll come in around eventually. No worries. Okay, food there. I needed to do this. Yeah, I mean, where there's a will, there's a way. What frustrates me though is there's a movie that came out. It was on Disney, and it was called Magic Camp.
Nice.
And it was the dude that was part of all the Pitch Perfects. You know, the jerk guy, and stuff. But apparently, one of the actors that plays the part in it did something bad, and so Disney's made the whole movie disappear. I hate that. Like, I get it, but man, it's like I've tried so hard to find that movie everywhere, and it's I can't. And it was a good one. I just wanted to watch it again. Meh. Okay, and that'll be good for our next build. I love having these things set up. It's still made in all the way back at the first area I lived in. Every time I move somewhere, I just change the receivers for it. Yeah, exactly. Or video games. Yep. I think it's to the point where I don't want to start a whole new project. Yeah, so I think we're gonna go ahead and call this. Let me see if there's someone here we can raid on Twitch. I mean, usually some pretty cool people around lately. Gamer Libra. Some of the people I like to raid aren't here right now. Let's do Gamer Libra, working until we drop on her planet goes boom. All right, let's try that one. So yeah, if you're with me on Twitch, I'd appreciate if you'd hang around. We'll do a quick raid. But yes, thank you again, everyone, for hanging out. It has been a fun, fantastic evening. Really enjoyed it. Really appreciate everybody spending time here with me. Again, if you're watching on Twitch and haven't followed, I'd really appreciate it if you would hit that. We're slowly growing over there. And on YouTube, if you enjoyed it, I'd appreciate if you would consider giving this a like. And if you haven't already subscribed, that would mean the world. It helps our community grow. With that being said, thanks for watching, and I will see you next time. All right, let's go ahead and rate if you are on Twitch.